Good to see you again. Snoot City here. For the second leg of the journey, Washington, Iowa to Phoenix, Arizona. We laid on over for the night, but we're back flying again. Been feeling a bit under the weather recently, so I haven't been flying. You know what they say, you shouldn't go flying when you don't feel fine. That's what they say, trust me. Anyways, hey, we're back with tonight's flights. It's rather cold out here, so let's get on into the aircraft. We're stuck with this borrowed skywagon. It's an absolute beast. It's been doing us well. Let's get her ready. Start by removing the pitot cover and the chocks. Then the engine cover. Add it, partner. Yep, that's about all we need to do. The time is about 1:56. Yikes, we're running a little behind schedule here. Snoot Airlines. No matter, no wonder. Let's get into the craft. We'll start by flipping on the battery. That will go ahead and allow us to flip at least one of the lights on, right? Give ourselves some avionics. There we go. We're all lit up now. Looking good. Hello. Let's light up the outside of the plane now. Start by activating the thrustmaster. And then, of course, taxi and runway lights. Who could forget? Now we're lit up. Well, we'll go ahead and go through the process here of starting bad boy up. We'll start off with giving ourselves just a point of trim while we're down here, right? Fantastic. Rudder trim, we like to keep that at 0. Zedro, well, we'll start with just a little bit of throttle. Full propellers, of course. And to start the plane up, full mix. And in the skywagon, I might be mistaken, but I believe you reel the mix back just a little. You don't quite go full mix in the skywagon. Having a rough time with my yoke here. It's fine. Alright, we have anti-ice measures are currently off. Fuel pump is also off. Let's do it. Let's get this bad boy started up. Look around. Might be time to yell out, clear prop, because we know there are workers in the area. Fantastic. Hey, we were able to do it. Let's go. Let's go. Alright. Well, we're going to go ahead and begin boarding. Go ahead and get settled back there, folks. We won't board for long. Alright, that's all the time you get with the light. No more light, friends. Looking back up front, let's take a look at what we're looking at here. Well, it certainly looks like an airplane, doesn't it? The time is is 2 p.m. Let's get on the radio. Before we do that, let's look at the big picture. This is where we're taking off from. Kansas City International. Quite a pleasant airport, if I say so myself. We're going to be flying on into Vegas. Alright. Let's get on the horn. Call them up. What does the weather say today? Well, there's a lot of ground frequencies. This is going to be a bit rough. This is a serious airport. This isn't a joke. So we'll have to keep it clear with the radios. What does the ATIS say?
Kansas City Airport Information Uniform, 0800 Zulu. Wind 299er at 8. Visibility 10. Sky condition clear. Temperature -18. Dew point -21. Altimeter 3046. ILS runway 27 in use. Landing and departing runway 27. VFR aircraft say direction of flight. All aircraft read back hold short instructions. Advise controller on initial contact. You have uniform.
Runway 27, there it is. That's what it is. Gotcha.
Kansas City Airport Information Victor, 0800 Zulu. Wind 279er at 6. Visibility 9er. Sky condition clear. Temperature -18. Dew point -21. Altimeter 3046. ILS runway 27 in use. Landing
Ground.
and
Let's
departing runway
tune to
27.
ground on
VFR aircraft say direction of flight.
118.575 and see what happens. Well, let's request we board the passengers. Hey.
Snoot Sierra Alpha Lima 9er Tree 9er. Could you please get the passengers on board? Snoot Sierra Alpha Lima 9er Tree 9er. The jetway is going to be connected.
Thank you for boarding. Get on in, friends. Thanks for joining tonight. Hope you're all having a fantastic time. Watch the propellers, just as a warning. Don't go around the front of the craft. Go ahead and just board through the back. Alright. Well, looks like that's who we have for passengers.
Ground. Snoot Sierra Alpha Lima 9er Tree 9er. I am done with boarding.
Hey, Cheer G's back. He says, yo, good to see you again, friend. We're loading up. We just boarded. Hey, we're about to do Kansas City to Vegas. Hopefully. Gonna be a rough flight tonight. The weather here is not as bad as it was yesterday, but gonna be a long haul. So, get some snacks. Grab a blanket. Hope you're having a great morning or night. We're about to begin our flight. We are all fueled up. We're boarded. Let's go back to clearance.
Ground. Snoot Sierra Alpha Lima 9er Tree 9er. Could you please get the passengers on board? Snoot Sierra Alpha Lima 9er Tree.
We're gonna cancel that
Snoot
one.
Sierra Alpha Lima 9er Tree 9er. I am done with the boarding.
Go back to clearance. What was requested? Alright, yeah, we're gonna request taxi. And which direction are we going? Looks like a southern departure is what we're working with today. Southern departure. We're gonna go ahead and request that. Option 5, alright.
Ground. Snoot Sierra Alpha Lima 9er Tree 9er. Request taxi for departure to the south with Victor. Snoot Sierra Alpha Lima 9er Tree 9er. Taxi to and hold short of runway 27 using taxiway Delta Alpha cross runway 19er left Alpha. Contact tower on 128.2 when ready.
Alright, let's acknowledge the clearance.
Taxiing. Hold short runway 27 via taxiway Delta Alpha cross runway 19er left Alpha. Snoot Sierra Alpha Lima 9er Tree 9er.
So, most likely and most logically, here's going to be our taxi clearance. We're going to get on the taxiway here and cross this runway. Runway 19L, unless we're mistaken. And I know it's 19L because we actually landed at runway 1L over here. Very similar. We're going to get on this taxiway and head on through. So, rather simple taxi today. Yeah, Cheer G, thanks for joining again. Always glad to see repeat viewers. Especially got a little lazy on the uploads. I try to do nightly flights when I'm feeling good, but yeah, recently just been putting it off. But hey, let's get this flight up and going. They want us to contact the tower. Let's hop back in. It's cold. We can already see some ice forming. Let's get in the air so we can turn our anti-ice on. Contact the tower. Maybe they want us tuned to ground, huh? Hello. Oh, how embarrassing is that? We can't tune to the tower because we haven't taxied yet. So, hey, everyone, buckle up. We're about to taxi to the runway. And we gotta be careful because this is a serious airport. Alright, let's close the comms. Once again, look to the left, look to the right. We're in a tail dragger, so the plane is angled a little bit up. We should just be able to drive straight, so reel back on the throttle. Mixture is less than full. We're good to go. Let's remove the parking brakes. Once again, just a quick little swivel in front of us. Yeah, we should be good to take off. Let's apply some throttle. Just a little bit. I have a bad habit of applying too much throttle on the taxi. Isn't that an allure that we all feel, right? Going to have to cheat a little. Man, this is a rough stretch. Alright. Well, as long as we're able to mosey on over to the taxiway, everything should be fine. We'll look out our right window there. All of these elevator onboarding ramps are what appear to be in the way. Slow things down. It looks like in front of us are some aircraft. Hey, Cheer G, the car asks, what is anodize? Anodize? What do you mean by that, my friend? Alright, so it would look like aircraft lining up. This is probably the line we're gonna get in to take off. No, it's not. It's not for sure. We need to go a little further. We need to get on. Oh, spelling mistake. No worries. I'm not so amazing at spelling myself. Right now, we are pretty much taxiing, trying to get across the runway here. We're already starting to ice up. Just while we're taxiing, we gotta turn on the anti-ice. It's so cold here. It is freezing. We also don't want to run into a person. Alright, slow things down there. Hit All we have to do is go further, just a little further, and then to the left, and everything should be fine. And in fact, there is our yellow line. Hopefully. We're gonna get on it and stick to it like glue. It's the wrong direction. Look to the left. Look to the right. It looks like there's a taxiway in front of us. Tail dragging aircraft all will be the death of me. Here we are. Is this a taxiway? It is, but we will be wanting to go one over. Buffering. I actually cannot see emotes on the stream. I can see them on the chat though. Let's go. We're having some stream buffering issues, it would appear. And it makes sense because the craft is starting to freeze up. It's awful cold here, isn't it? Let's hope that that gets a little better as we get closer to takeoff. Alright, let's look over. Really, there's not much to see out here. Absolutely already frozone over. We're in for a rough time. This is a VFR flight, and we're already becoming victims of the ice. This is not the most intelligent. Alright, hey. Runway Alpha Gamma, what is that? Cross runway 19LA. That should be coming up soon. We did not turn on the cabin heat. Let's get that going. Maybe that'll help. Hopefully it'll help. It looks like we may be in the... What are we, in the grass here? Let's fix that. Hello. Excellent. Back on the taxiway. Yeah, there we go. We're actually quite a ways off here. Let's fix that. Cheating a little bit with the camera. I bet real pilots wish they could cheat with the camera as well. Fortunately, Snoot is not a real pilot. So, let's... The light's just a bit too bright. In this craft, it's almost difficult, we'll be honest, it's almost difficult to see the avionics. We've already turned the avionics to full. So, we're going to be crossing our first runway here. Look to the left and the right to be sure that we aren't in the way of anybody taking off or landing. It's legally required. If we look to the left, it looks like there's a craft taking off in the air. That might just be ice. Hey, get back on to the runway. We're just gonna cheat one more time. Be sure that we're not approaching the back of any other aircraft. It looks like there's not many craft lined up for takeoff, so that's fortunate. Let's go ahead and get back on the comms and switch over to the tower. Shira G says he was sitting in a dark room because of sunlight was coming in. He can't see the screen because it's night. That's very unfortunate. This plane really sucks. Let's take a quick glance and see if we can do anything. The avionics. Unfortunate. Let's see. We'll be doing most of our flight through this view, if it's any better. I know it's not too much better. Honestly, there is a possibility that we could turn this flashlight on too, because you know this is not out of the picture, right? This doesn't look that bad. So hey, Let's switch our view. Let's peek on over. Hey, Rebel Moonlight 61 says, thank you for watching. Good to see you, my friend. Hope you're having a great day. We don't want to run off the taxiway here. Get back on the center line. Again, let's get on the horn. Contact the tower. They should be ringing us up soon for our takeoff clearance. Back up the camera. It's fortunate we don't have a... Oh, look at that. Behind us, there's a plane taking off as we speak. It's fortunate we don't have a long wait. The only other large airport I have experience flying into is Denver International, and yeah, actually I had to line up between a couple of jets. Intimidating experience. So we will drop the EFB there. And I guess we just get back on the center line and trust our plane. We should be approaching the runway soon. Let's cheat, huh? One last time. Everybody likes cheating. Our vector is up there on the right. Coming up. Fantastic. So, there's the first one. The second one should be approaching. We'll see the lights. Slow things down. Ease onto the brakes, huh? It's a really rough look from the inside here. Looks like it's time to start turning. Fantastic. Clearance to the runway. We are online with the tower. Shiraji says cheating is bad, but it's useful in... Oh, hold on. We didn't even get on the runway. Hold on now. There we go. Looks like we're on the runway now. Get on this line. We're turning to the right. Move our ailerons to the left so we don't blow on over. Look in front of us. There it is. We shouldn't be on the runway. We should be at the hold short. Let's call them up. Call up. Request takeoff clearance. VFR.
International Tower, Snoot Sierra Alpha Lima 9er Tree 9er at runway 27 ready for departure. South departure.
Are we gonna get clearance?
Snoot Sierra Alpha Lima 9er Tree 9er. Altimeter Tree 046 South departure approved.
Tree
Cleared for takeoff, runway
046.
27.
We're good. We are cleared for takeoff. Runway 27. Let's acknowledge.
Cleared for takeoff, runway 27.
All right.
Snoot Sierra Alpha Lima
Buckle
9er
up,
Tree
everybody.
9er.
Thanks for flying Snoot Airlines. Let's give it our best. Remove the parking brake first off. We need no flaps. We're going. Give it full throttle. Take a peek on in. There we go. We're gonna nose up at 60. Let's adjust our trim. We need to start nosing up. Alright, we're climbing a little too fast. We don't want to go faster than 20.
Snoot Sierra Alpha Lima 9er Tree 9er. Continue for south departure.
Continue for south departure. Let's acknowledge.
International Tower, Snoot Sierra Alpha Lima 9er Tree 9er.
Gotta cut the light for just a second. Alright, let's take a look outside. Alright, we're really climbing here. Cut the trim just a little bit. Let's continue for a southern departure. We are sitting at 2,300 and climbing. We're going to be climbing a lot. We are, since we're going west, going to need to be sitting at an odd increment. So let's climb up to 7,000 meters on a southern disposition. So we're passing a beacon, if you can hear the beeping. Drop a couple points of trim.
Sierra Alpha Lima 9er Tree 9er. Leaving my airspace. Frequency change approved.
Alright, we got approved to change frequency. G says mobile players be like when they want to play Microsoft Flight Sims, but it's not for mobile. I felt that. Well, let's be honest, we're lucky it even came to PlayStation 5, right? Like, wow. I can't believe that console can handle it. This is a hell of a game. So, we are above 3,000. We're above 3,000 feet. Which means we need to...
Alpha Lima 9er Tree 9er. Please acknowledge.
Acknowledge, roger that. Let's have that repeat.
Snoot Sierra Alpha Lima 9er Tree 9er. Frequency change.
Start wheeling back on the mix. Adjust the trim so we continue climbing. And we need to change the frequency. Tune to approach. Let's request a transition of airspace.
Approach. Snoot Sierra Alpha Lima 9er Tree 9er is type Cessna skywagon for miles south of Kansas City, 4600. Request clearance to transition Bravo airspace.
Let's adjust our heading.
Sierra Alpha Lima 9er Tree 9er approach. Squawk 7 tree.
7 tree. Roger that.
Squawk 7 tree. Snoot Sierra Alpha Lima 9er Tree 9er.
We're honestly probably gonna need to heading 2-4.
Alpha Lima 9er Tree 9er. Radar contact 4 miles east of 06 Mike Oscar, 5300. Cleared through the Bravo airspace. Maintain on navigation.
Maintain on navigation. Roger that. We're cleared. Do we need to affirm? Yes, we do.
Cleared through the Bravo airspace. Snoot Sierra Alpha Lima 9er Tree 9er.
Still climbing. Heading 2-4. Heading 2-4 is a little bit rough, but we'll maintain it for now just to get back on track. We are past Point Mama. Continuing to climb up to 7,000 feet of altitude today. Ignore the ice. Let's double check to be sure our anti-ice measures are indeed on. Pitot heat is on. We're climbing. How fast are we climbing? Let's look down here. Alright, so it's time to begin pulling back on the throttles to about 20 manifold pressure. We're not climbing anymore, we're actually falling. So let's look outside if we can. We might be about to balloon. At 7,000 feet, we can reel our mixture back just a bit more. And it's time to drop some trim. Yes, sir. Let's see how heading 2-1 looks. Heading 2-1 actually looks pretty good. We can maintain on heading 2-1, and as long as we stay below 8,000 feet, we're gonna be good. This is where we enter cruise altitude. Alright, we've taken off the seat belts. We've taken off the no smoking button. Hope you're having a great time. Snoot Airlines thanks you for watching. We're going to be passing out snacks and drinks and beverages soon, so if you got them, join me. Our main work right here is going to be maintaining heading 2-1 and trying to keep this plane, for the most part, leveled. Right now we're ballooning, so we're actually going to drop 2 points of trim and see what it does for us. 2 more points of trim. We're really starting to gain. Our RPMs are also a bit high, so we're going to pull them back with the throttle. I want to keep manifold pressure at about 20 and reel the throttle back. Drop some points of trim and see what it does.
Sierra Alpha Lima 9er Tree 9er. You're leaving my airspace. Radar service terminated. Squawk 1200. Frequency change approved.
Squawk 1200.
Squawk 1200. Frequency change approved.
Yeah, Cherry G, when pilots hear stall. Fortunately, we have not yet, but it's a familiar. It is a familiar sound. Look at that! Wow. And we almost missed it. You get too focused on the controls sometimes and you forget what you're fighting for, you know? Yeah, that's the view right there. When I was a kid, I used to go for flights in big airliners over large cities. It was really nice. I passed over the Grand Canyon a couple times. I'd fly from Iowa, usually Cedar Rapids, down to Texas. It is a very large city. Alright, let's just check in and be sure everything's cool. It looks like we're getting a little bit too high here. We're above 8,000 feet. Sounds like we're really bogging down. Let's give ourselves some throttle. Up to about 25,000 RPM throttle. Yeah, got a little sidetracked and we changed our disposition. We're now heading west. We need to adjust that and head between 2-1 and 2-4. Heading 2-2-0 seems like the plan. We are climbing to 9,000. Time to drop 3 points of trim because 9,000 is acceptable. Above 10,000 is not. Chirurgy asked, what's the highest altitude we've reached in Microsoft Flight Sim? We had an episode where we attempted to cross the Rockies. We had a rough experience in a snowstorm over by Pikes Peak. And we got to about 13,000 feet up there. And hypoxia really started kicking in. we couldn't keep flying. We had to drop down. We had to drop down, and there were mountains too tall for us. I got psyched out because we were flying IFR with no visuals outside, and yeah, guess what? We stalled on out right above a mountain. We didn't crash into the mountain. We stalled out right above it. So, same difference. You crash into a mountain, right? About 13,000 feet. That's about as high as we've gone. I have no experience flying jet airliners or anything stronger than the regular propeller planes. I've flown, what is the Pilatus 12C, I think it's called, the air ambulance. I think it's a turboprop. On the way back, we're going to be considering using the Vision Jet. Something like that. Because the skywagon really sucks, man. So we're going to see what's on tap for the return flight. Bear with us. This is a borrowed vehicle. Here's hoping we can make it all the way to Vegas without freezing. Let's go. We have our cabin heat on. That's about as good as it gets. We have our anti-ice, engine anti-ice, and we have the pitot heat. So we're now climbing about 10,000 feet. It's time to drop immediately 4 or 5 points of trim. Come back on the throttle. Everything's fine. Really cut back on that propeller. Let's drop some altitude. Slowly and comfortably. Dropping 3 points of trim right now. It's a testy game, the trim wheel. That's a constant battle. Here we go now. 9,000 feet. Let's give ourselves a little bit more throttle now. Slowly give ourselves some propeller, and we'll drop our trim to keep level. A little bit more throttle, a little less throttle actually. Less propeller anyways, less propeller and more manifold pressure. It's a fine balance. You also don't want to be pushing and pulling on the yoke. A bad habit, I push and pull on the yoke. We are maintaining heading 24, which is not quite as steep as we would like. We're also about to leave an airspace. Let's request a flight following.
Approach. Snoot Sierra Alpha Lima 9er Tree 9ers type Cessna Skywagon. 2 miles east of 4 Kilo Sierra 2, 9700. Request flight following.
This metropolis is Kansas City.
Sierra Alpha Lima 9er Tree 9er approach. Squawk 4741.
Have I ever crashed this plane? This specific one has not been crashed yet. 7, Gen 7 is it's a borrowed craft. Cessna Skywagon. What happened last was our Cessna had an emergency landing. Yes, we did copy, kind lady. Our Cessna had an emergency landing, and I don't think it was bad enough to kill us, but we landed in a field, and unfortunately the brakes failed on us, and we did go nose over wing, and we had to borrow this one. So this one has not been crashed yet.
Sierra Alpha Lima 9er Tree 9er. Did you hear my last transmission?
Yes, ma'am, I did. We're starting to climb above 10,000 again, so we're going to bring it down.
Squawk 4741. Snoot Sierra Alpha Lima 9er Tree 9er.
Yeah, so far our crash log is the original Cessna 152.
Lima 9er Tree 9er. Radar contact 2 miles south of 4 Kilo Sierra 2, 10,000. Altimeter tree 051.
Tree 051. So we are going to need to change that. Let's confirm.
Roger. Snoot Sierra Alpha Lima 9er Tree 9er.
Tree 051. Alright, yeah. The kill count is the Cessna 152. We've crashed that a couple times. We borrowed a Piper Dakota. We crashed that bad boy. And on the emergency landing, we did go nose over in the Cessna, so not a bad record. Hey, not that bad, actually. I thought it was a little worse. Snoot Airlines is not great on takeoff, and we're not amazing on landing, but hey, not a bad record either. Thanks for flying. So we're actually leveled out here. It would look like 9,700 feet. We have very comfortable flight. Heading 22. just a little bit of yoke here. Just a little bit of yoke, because it appears we are nose downing. We'll give ourselves a little bit of propeller to deal with that. Don't push forward on the yoke. It's alright. 1 point positive trim should fix that. Man, Kansas City is crazy. These are all different cities. But it is like the greater metropolis, you know? Chira G says, if I had Microsoft Flight Sim, my crash record would be 200. I can honestly agree. It's one reason I don't stream as much as I should. I'm a little bit cowardly. I don't want to get up there and crash on stream and have people make fun of me. I know it doesn't matter though. We're all just having a good time. It's very fun. I do recommend you look for it on sale if you ever put it on your wish list sometime. You might get it. Especially it's on PlayStation 5 and it's on PC and it's on Xbox. It's coming to more things in time. So if we'll look ahead of us, it looks like there's actually some storms brewing. If they're not storms, it's a storm front of sorts. We're gonna change from heading 2-4 to 2-2 so we can avoid most of it. Looks like we will end up in some of it eventually. We're starting to climb, so let's duck 1 point of trim, 2 points of trim, look to the right. Hello, beautiful. My co-pilot's shy, she doesn't like to speak on stream. Getting a lot of crackling audio. I hope that's not coming through on the stream. It would appear that the internet is not so amazing tonight. Oh, we'll pull back on the yoke a little bit. Remove 1 point of trim. Chira G has a game called Turboprop Flight Sim. I think I actually checked on the channel. I think I watched a couple of your vids. Yeah. Yeah, I'll have to give it a shot sometime. I have no experience with flight sims or driving sims, except for Gran Turismo. I did play a little bit of Gran Turismo. I just delved into it. I seen it was for sale on PS5 and I was like, let's go. So here on the distance, the storm is brewing. We're actually losing a bit of altitude. And that's fine, but we don't want to go below 9,000, so let's give ourselves some trim. Oh, and in that game, let's see, what is the crash record? And in that game, Turboprop Flight Sim, and in that game, my crash record is 20. Not a terrible crash record, depending on how long you've been flying, you know? Everybody's got some. You gotta learn somehow. That's how I'm learning. Get them out in the game so you don't have them in real life, right? Let's take a look. We're still in the greater metropolitan area. It looks like we are finally getting away from the city. Heading 2-4. Head back to heading 2-2. We do have quite the journey ahead of us, but it looks like the ice is starting to at least melt a little bit on our front window. We can at least see out the window, right? Better than we could earlier. some clouds ahead of us. Not to worry, we're just going to steam through them. Overall, we have level flight currently. We're leveled out. Nice and easy at 9,200 feet. Let's check on what's going on with the ATC. Yeah, they're following us. Everything's good. At 9,000 feet, do we need to adjust our mixture? No, sir. No, we do not. We are starting to climb ever so slightly. Let's fly to the left to attempt to avoid these clouds now. No reason to just punch straight through them when you can fly around them. We're already rather icy, aren't we? How are things going back there, my viewers? We hope it's going well. There we go. That's a good view. The family photo, right? You can see us all together. Let's look back forward. There we go. We're starting to drift a little off range, so back to heading 24 for us. Heading 22. Pardon me. I know the fidelity on stream is kind of bad, so I'll zoom on into the controls here. Heading 22 is what we want on the compass. Level things out. We're starting to lose altitude here, but that's okay. Take a look at the bigger picture. Nice, we have our heading, we're comfortable. We're gonna lose some trim because we're actually gaining altitude. This is it. Let's take a look. Where are we exactly? We are finally out of the area, the zone. And there we are. We are about a... Goodness gracious, we're about a fifth of the way to Wichita. Our plan tonight is mosey over to Wichita, Kansas, at which point we will head on over to the west. All the way to Vegas. Yes, sir. Again, bit of a rough flight tonight. We're all gonna make it though. That's the plan. We just gotta stick with it. It's an endurance flight. We need to make that money back. Pay off that borrowed pipe.
Sierra Alpha Lima 9er Tree 9er contact Kansas City Center on 127.725. Good day.
Who are we gonna contact? Well, we should certainly get up to 9,000 feet before we contact them. Acknowledge the handoff. 127.7.5.
Snoop Sierra Alpha Lima 9er Tree 9er.
8,900. We're within realms. Oh, goodness gracious, what is happening? Feeling a little bit of pull in the plane today. Let's contact them. Let's contact Kansas City Center.
Kansas City Center. Snoop Sierra Alpha Lima 9er Tree 9er. 8,900.
8,900.
Snoop Sierra, Alpha Lima, 9er, Tree 9er, Kansas City Center, altimeter tree 051, radar contact, continue.
Brother said tree 051. Continue. We don't have to acknowledge continue. We're gonna remove one point of trim because it would appear we're starting to climb. On, heading 24, here we are. Let's look around most comfortably. The ice is melting. Can you believe this absolute miracle? Yes, sir. Very fortunate. It would appear that the anti-ice measures are starting to work. We're heading into temperatures warm enough to not be frozen. It only took us a while of warming up. We're really starting to climb here because I'm starting to pull on the yoke. We need to calm down with that. We got a nice little corridor here for us to follow. We have clear weather. We have a very clear VFR target to follow in that highway. And I think our heading is looking absolutely fantastic. Couldn't ask for much more. Remove 1 point of trim and see what happens. I will have to eventually adjust the dead zone settings of the HOTAS. Getting a little bit of the drift here, it would appear, on that Y stick. Just a little bit. Nice, we're gonna get comfortable and follow the highway. There's a beacon out there. We can actually see, looks like 2 runways. Might be mistaken, that might not be a second runway. Maybe a third one out there in the distance. Heading on down to Wichita. 9,700 altitude. RPMs are a little bit high. We're running the plane a little high. I think she'll make it. We're feeling good. This plane is awful strong. It's a borrowed craft, so I don't have to worry about repairs. I just have to worry about landing. List to the left ever so slightly. Again, all we're doing is following the highway. We're not too focused on our controls at the moment. We're just letting the plane do its thing. We're pretty much leveled out. We're losing altitude slowly. Looks like we are at about 8,600 feet, so let's give ourselves 1 positive point of trim. See what that does for us. Enjoying some hot cocoa on the flight. And I adore hot drinks. Normally it's a bit of tea, some hot cocoa, one or the other. A fantastic choice for a flight like this, a long haul flight. Get a drink that's nice and relaxing, as long as you don't fall asleep now. Alright, so we're starting to climb. We don't want to climb too high now. We're actually starting to feel some turbulence. And in the colder weather, we actually need more mixture. We're actually flying pretty comfortably though, so I don't think we're gonna adjust anything except for the yoke. Again, here comes the balloon. We could see how severe it is. At most remove 1 point of trim, but I really don't think we need to. We'll just focus on out the window. Is that down there? It looks like a baseball diamond. I wonder if it is. Currently, we're almost over the highway. It's almost as if we are in a car ourselves, flying along this highway at 140 knots an hour. That's about 160 miles per hour, or I believe that's like 220, 240 kilometers, give or take. Yeah, try to arrest us up here. There is no speed limit, good sir. Let's get comfortable. Here is our heading. Remove 1 point of trim. We're not trying to climb, we're just trying to maintain. Nice and cool. We'll, again, take a quick look. Oh, a bit blinding, but our measurements are nice and clean. We're drifting to the left a little bit, so looking good. We'll flip that back off, adjust our eyes now, and peek back over the nose. Let's adjust our heading. We can still see right in front of us. There's our highway. Even though there's some clouds, our highway is just right in front of us. On a clear day, it gets looking like you're going slow, you know, when there's no clouds. But when you see the clouds, you can really tell that you're booking it up here. We're going very fast. We really are. And look at that right above us. You can almost reach your hand up and touch them. We are sitting at 8,200 feet on heading 24. In front of us, it looks like we are in for a rough time. It looks like we're not about to have a fun time at all. We need to get serious and we need to buckle down, so everyone flying Snoot Airlines, if you have hot drinks, we recommend putting lids on them or drinking them very fast. It might get bumpy. Is it looking like we could dip down? Is our best bet to go low or go high? Let's call it up on a local ATIS. Rock Creek. Burlington Airport. They'll have an ATIS. They don't. Certainly one of these places has an ATIS. Ottawa Municipal, they'll have one. What are we looking at? What's up with these clouds?
Kilo Oscar Whiskey India automated weather observation 0800 Zulu. Wind 308 at 6.
The ceiling is ground level.
Sky condition ceiling 900 overcast. Temperature -17 C. Dew point -18 C. Altimeter 3050. Kilo India X-ray Delta automated weather observation 0800 Zulu. Wind 278 at 8. Visibility 10. Sky condition ceiling 2700 overcast. Temperature -18 C. Dew point -19 C.
Back on up, back on up. Everything's fine now.
Kilo Oscar Whiskey India auto.
Tune back to Kansas City. Alright. One last peek outside before shit goes belly up. Famous final words. Hey, we have a friend out in the darkness. It's almost hard to make out their name. Rum down. He's flying an Airbus. He is 100 miles away, and he's at 22,000 feet. He's actually much higher than we are. So, yeah. This is quite serious. We need to buckle down. We're about to fly VFR into IMC. Once more. Focus. Our flight following. Focus in the cabin. I hope everybody is buckled up. We are sitting at 8,000 and losing altitude. We're actually going to give ourselves 1 positive degree of trim and adjust to heading 2-4 as we punch this cloud. Here's hoping. Alright, we need to set our heading. Set our heading, set our heading, set our heading. Alright, now we can level our wings out. Get level. And remove 2 points of trim. There we go. Nice and level. 8,900 feet. Slowly gaining. Heading 2-1, but we're going to be drifting to the right, so everything's fine. Here we are. We're in the belly of the beast now. Snoot Airline says... God, I am terrified right now. But we'll all be okay. Well, we're going to make it. It's what you do. You stick to your heading. You believe in your aircraft. First and foremost, when you're flying instrumental, your attitude meter right here, your attitude indicator, extremely important. Between your attitude indicator and your turn coordinator, those will keep you alive. Next up comes your compass, which will keep you on track. Third and foremost comes your altitude meter, which that'll also help keep you alive, you know? We are at 8,000, so we have quite a lot below us, but see, your vertical speed meter says we're losing, and we're losing quite fast, as well as a bad compass, so we're drifting. Let's just give in. Go all the way to the left here. All the way, there we go, a full turn. Let's just do it. Level the wings out. Heading 2-4. Drop 2 points trim as we rise up. Nice and level. We're going fast, but not too fast, you see. 7,500 feet. We're starting to lose altitude. We're going to give ourselves 1 positive degree of trim and stay level. Stay nice and level here. We're actually going to pull back on the yoke ever so slightly. See, a big difference from a little yoke action, right? Pull back on the yoke, big difference, just a little bit. Give ourselves 2 points trim and see what it does. Level out, maintain, heading 2-4. Takes a lot of focus right here. We're running the plane with a little bit more manifold pressure than I would like, so we're starting to gain here. Turn to the left. How's it look? We're starting to really get into the shit. It's getting dark out there. And this is not hypoxia. This is the cloud. We may be entering, it's certain that we are entering some dangerous weather. We're going to cheat and take a peek on out there. Here's what we're dealing with. An absolute soup. A soup is what we're dealing with. So let's focus. We can actually see a bit of clearing to the left. There we go. Starting to clear right before our very eyes. Unfortunately, the ice is coming back. Everybody should be afraid of a little bit of ice because it's building. So we're going to maintain heading 2-4, and it looks like we're starting to climb now. We're going to let ourselves climb. We need to build up some altitude. It's 7,000 feet. We'd like to stay between 7 and 9,000. We'd actually like to get a little closer to 9. Let's go ahead and build up. All the way up. Let's keep climbing. 2 points of trim positive. See what it does. Let's look at the EFB. How are we doing? We're doing good. Give or take, halfway to Wichita. That's the grand picture. We're going to slow things down. So we're starting to climb a little serious. A little serious here. Let's focus. On heading 2-1. We're climbing 7,600 feet. Level the wings out first and foremost. Most importantly, we don't want to drift too far. Give ourselves one more point of trim. Nice and easy and level. There we go. Having a bit of inputs on our thrustmaster here, ever so slightly. Things are going good. We can keep climbing as long as we don't climb above 10 feet per second. We're doing fantastic. We have our heading set at 220. Climbing a little too fast. Let's lose 1 point of trim. Only one will do it for us. Our turn indicator says we're starting to drift to the right, so let's fix that. We'll overcompensate. Let's look out the window here. It looks like we have cleared most of the IMC, at least temporarily. What's the bigger picture looking like? Indeed, it looks only temporary. Sitting now at 8,000 feet and climbing. Let's focus back on the instruments. We're gonna let our trim do the work. I'm not even barely touching the yoke. Heading is set 220, 140 knots at 8,200 feet and climbing. Slowly. It looks like we are dealing with turbulence. It's gonna come from this monster out right of the window. Let's take a look at it. Not as bad as it would appear from the inside. Again, while all this is going, we still have our anti-ice measures on. It looks like we could go ahead and turn anti-ice off temporarily, see what happens. There goes the cabin heat. We'll replace the yoke and see what happens. 8,500 feet now. We're actually losing altitude, but it doesn't matter because we're ballooning and porpoising. So we're gonna climb on up. We're gonna continue climbing. Oh, our friend Rum Down is rapidly approaching 23,000 feet. He's only 20 nautical miles out now. We can see he's flying an A-20. Always cool to see other players, isn't it? Well, let's focus. Set our heading. Heading 220. With other aircraft in the vicinity, we need to expedite our climb to 9,000 by giving ourselves 3 points of trim. Look to the left, look to the right. Is everything cool? Hope this guy's not a Yahoo. There we go. 9,000. We have climbed. Remove 1 point of trim. And you can see a rapid change. That's only 1 point of trim. Of course, we're having a bit of yoke issues. In a real plane, that would be quite deadly, I'm sure. Can we see our friend? No, sir, we cannot. There he is. Looks like he's flying away. Hey, hope you're having a great night. Rum down. I doubt you're watching, but... So at 9,000 feet, we're gonna attempt to get this aircraft to level out. It looks like there's actually some precipitation over there to the right. May or may not be. We need to pull up on the yoke ever so slightly. Now, no reason to be afraid of the yoke, but we want to let the trim do most of that work, especially on a long flight like this.
Snoot Sierra, Alpha Lima 9er, Tree 9er contact
Remove
Kansas City Center.
1 point of trim because we're starting to climb.
Good day.
We also need to get on the horn and acknowledge that handoff. Contact 120.2, Snoot Sierra Alpha Lima 9er Tree 9er.
120.2, Snoot Sierra Alpha Lima 9er Tree 9er.
Remove 1 more point of trim, shall we? Yes, I believe we shall. Let's peek over the nose and see what we're looking ahead of us. Again, we're going to enter into another period of IMC, it would appear. Not to be afraid, we just need to trust. Trust and stay on heading, that's all that matters. Nice and level at 9,000 feet. Did we contact? I don't think we did. Let's tune to Kansas City Center, of course. Kansas City Center. Can you give us a flight following?
Snoot Sierra Alpha Lima 9er Tree 9er, 9,000.
We sit at 9,000 feet.
Snoot Sierra Alpha Lima 9er Tree 9er, Kansas City Center, altimeter Tree 058, radar contact, continue.
Alright, you don't have to respond to the continue message. Tree 058. Let's confirm that. Alright, there it is. Our altimeter is set. We also, before we hit these clouds, really need to set our heading. So, 9,000 feet, our altitude is looking pretty good. Heading is at 2,200. We're not working with any autopilot tonight. We're just hand flying. So, let's end up on aviator debrief and do what they tell every pilot not to. Here we go. VFR and IMC. Let's do it. It's a rough one, too. Immediately, here comes the soup. Let's just focus. Everything's fine. We're actually right above the very top. Right above it. We've actually lost about 500 feet. We're now at 8,700 and climbing. Disposition heading 220. Flying at 140 knots. We have a little bit more manifold pressure than I would like. We're gonna go ahead and reel back the throttle just a little bit, okay? Oh yeah, here we are. We're really in the shit now. You can see it rapidly darkening. No matter. Our visual cues are out the window, but we still have our turn coordinator and our attitude indicator and our heading. Of course, our altitude and our vertical speed, so it's really all that matters. I guess it's not truly VFR and IMC if you're using your instruments. Of course, we're not instrument certified. We're not a pilot at all. Nice and easy does it. It's all you gotta do is stay level. When you get swallowed by the cloud, you just believe in yourself. Maintain heading to 2. And fortunately, the clouds are not so bad that we can't see the ground. Ever so slightly, we can see a couple of lights down there. We can see some stars above and some lights below. Hopefully we can tell the difference. Sitting now at 8,900. We're losing altitude rapidly, 10 feet per second. Just a bit of turbulence, it would appear. Let's give ourselves... Do we need to compensate? How are our RPMs looking? There's no reason to increase the propeller. We definitely should give ourselves 1 point of positive trim. We're rapidly losing altitude. It's 7,000 feet and falling. Let's get back up there. Nice and easy does it. Look around, look around. Alright, are we icing up? Ever so slightly. Yoke up so that we don't nose down, right? Give ourselves 3 points of positive trim. We're going to attempt to gain a little bit of altitude here. While we do that, since the ice is creeping in on us, we're going to go ahead and turn that cabin heat on to get it nice and cozy and warm in here for our viewers. There we go. Level it out. Look forward. Heading 2-2, relatively even. Manifold pressure is slightly above 20 pounds. RPM is slightly above 25,000. We're very slowly gaining altitude. We're actually going to give ourselves 1 point of positive trim and a little bit of leftward yoke. Again, the clouds are about to take us. Instead of a dark blue, it would appear we're in more of a greenish. Could be indicative of freezing, sleet, and hail. So we're drifting ever so slightly starboard. We need to head towards heading 2-1 port side. At 8,800 and falling, we would love to hit 9,000 feet and level out, wouldn't we? Let's see what we can do to make that happen. Give ourselves 1 point of positive trim. Set ourselves on heading 2-3. Again, ahead of us, we can see the real IMC, some extremely dark and scary clouds. Hopefully we do not have to best that. Yikes. Heading 2-2. Let's look at the big picture. Indeed, we might not have to. This highway to our right is looking like it's going to be our heading. Let's just bite the bullet and take a whole turn. Just a little bit of rudder now, right? There we go. We're going to level off here on a westward heading. Yes, sir. We're going to fly on over to Wichita now. Wichita, Kansas. Wichita, Kansas is a halfway destination. Give or take. It's not truly halfway, is it? More like a fourth of the way, right? But we are approaching Wichita, Kansas now. We are cruising at an altitude of about 8,500 feet. Heading westward. Things are looking good. It's rather comfortable in here. We do have anti-ice measures. We do have pitot heat going. Overall, we're leveled out. 20 manifold pressure, 25,000 RPMs. What more can we say? Interesting. We must be over fields or something. Normally there's lights absolutely everywhere. Not many lights here. How fast are we going? It actually would appear we're going kind of slow. We've slowed down a lot since earlier. Why have we slowed so much is the question. RPMs are still looking feisty. Let's look at our gas and oil. Alright, it's still looking pretty good. Oil temp. Oil pressure. Let's level out the flight, of course. We don't want to spin out here. Where is our gas meter? Gasometer. Hello. It's over there. Co-pilot, would you have the courtesy, please, of checking our fuel? Looks like we are at about half on the left tank. And full on the right tank. Okay. Switch back to main view. As we're clowning around, we can see the storm brewing. The storm is brewing there in the distance. Reset the cam. Where is our gas tank switch-a-mundo? Looks like it's right here. Fuel selector, fantastic. We're good. Everything's fine. Get on level, get online, get with the picture. I ain't got time for no bullshit. 1 point of positive trim and see what it does. Right in front of us should be the beautiful, sprawling city of Wichita. Of course, there should be a small town or city right here, but this greater metropolis over here should be Wichita, unless I'm mistaken. Again, we're going to confirm that on the EMB. KIAB. And indeed, it's good that we did. We are in some sort of airspace. I don't know if it's restricted or what. We really ought to find out. Hey-o. What's up on this airspace? Looks like it's good. Well, while we're on here, we're going to adjust our heading. We can go ahead and get perfectly online with our VOR. Now, we don't want to lose too much altitude because we can tell we're dropping altitude out here. Still sitting at 8,900, but losing. I really almost want to drop a point of trim, strangely. Back to tried and true heading of 2-4, it would look like. 2-4, 2-5. That's where we're going to go all the way to Wichita. Let's see if we can't level out now. Pull back on the yoke. We don't want a balloon here. Cozy with it, looking good. We're gonna announce our flyover once we get a little closer. No need to be vain. We're losing altitude though, so we need to pull up. And I do think that's because of the thrustmaster pulling on the yoke. I don't think that's turbulence. Remove 1 point of trim. Push forward ever so slightly. Let's look on outside. It's looking nice. Not too many clouds. We have dealt with some IMC, so fortunate we have a clear vector to Wichita. I believe Wichita is 15 miles out, give or take. Let's find out, shall we? Yeah, between 10 to 15, I'm sure. A direct 2 says 40 miles away. My goodness. well, Wichita would still be quite a ways out, it would appear. Look at that, if we can get this plane nice and leveled out here. Turn our wings left. I know the fidelity is terrible on these streams, but we're looking at strange geographical features there on the ground, and we're in Kansas. It almost looks like a delta, swirls of mud on the ground down there. I wonder what it could possibly be. I'm not familiar with Kansas, so I couldn't tell you. No matter, we're going to go ahead and adjust our flight pattern. Pull back on the yokes. We're starting to lose altitude. No need to lose altitude. We just need to stick with the picture. Fantastic, yeah. So we're just going to add 1 point of positive trim here. We're trying to fight this pull. There's this terrible pull in the yoke. There we go. Remove 1 point of trim. Add 1, take 1 away. It's what happens. You give and you get. You laugh and you learn. Do we have icing on the wing? No, sir. Icing in the cab. We're losing altitude. Pull back. Positive trim. 2 points. See what it does. Even if you're having yoke issues, you really can fix it with your trim. Normally our trim would be at a 0.3, 0.4. I assume we're at 0.7, 0.8. Wow, look at that, 0.3. Fantastic. Overall, we have relatively level flight. We're ballooning a bit, as is to be expected. Currently, we are sitting at, it would look like 9,400 feet. We need to not go above 10,000. Let's remove 1 point of trim. And ever so slightly, we're going to put Wichita probably a little bit closer to the left. Keep drifting. Heading 2-5 is going to be our best bet, it looks like. Indeed, we're going to achieve that by putting the city of Wichita right up against our window. Right here, nice and level. Here we go. A bit of turbulence now. Stay buckled in, friends. This flight is going fantastic so far. Despite a bit of turbulence and a bit of IMC, we've managed to maintain visual flight rules for the most part. And we are currently en route to Wichita, Kansas. ETA for Las Vegas is in the next 2.5 to 3 hours.
126.7. Good day.
So we need to acknowledge the handoff. 126.7, Snow Sierra Alpha Lima 939.
126.7, Snoot Sierra Alpha Lima 939er.
Hold up, 1 point of trim. Having issues with that yoke. It's fine though. Let's tune to approach 126.700. Contact approach.
Approach. Snoot Sierra Alpha Lima 9er Tree 9er 9600.
Snoot Sierra Alpha Lima 9er Tree 9er. Approach altimeter tree 05 tree. Radar contact. Continue.
Tree 05 tree. On continue, we don't have to respond. So we're just going to go ahead and continue. Yeah. That's it then, isn't it? we are still a ways out from Wichita, so our heading is slightly left of west. Our heading is 25. If we're able to stick to it by removing 1 point of trim, we should be able to avoid the storm building to our port side, or our starboard side. At least the majority of these clouds we'll be able to avoid. We can see past Wichita, there is some clouds gathering. We are going to have to worry about those, but no matter, the worst of the clouds is definitely off to our right-hand side. In fact, it would look like a front to our left as well. Hey, no matter, it would appear we are blessed in having a clear pathway routing to Wichita. We're just going to maintain visual with this highway as we battle a little bit of turbulence tonight. And we're starting to climb, so let's duck 1 point of trim. That's negative trim there. Just one single point and let it take effect. Level out our ailerons. Unfortunately, the Cessna Skywagon does not have aileron trim. Wouldn't that be a lovely feature? Indeed, it does have rudder trim, but we're not incredibly worried about rudder issues. Let's get back level and take a look at our altitude. We're sitting at 9,600 feet here. All in all, we're pretty level. This is the heading we would like to maintain. We need to pull back. Pull back on that yoke. Pull back. That's only one negative point of trim, making a big difference here. Already, we can see the storms. Big difference, just a couple of minutes make. Just 5 minutes out, we were already rejoicing that we didn't have to go into those on the right.
939er contact, Wichita approach on 134.8. Good day.
Look at that, no more Kansas City. Now we are talking to Wichita. Hey, Wichita. Acknowledge that hand off. That's 134.8. Snoot Sierra Alpha Lima 9er Tree 9er.
134.8 for Snoot Sierra Alpha Lima 9er Tree 9er.
Alright, so go ahead and switch that over. Hit up Wichita approach. We're climbing very heavy. Remove 1 point of trim. We don't want to go above 10 feet per second if it's possible. Of course, we don't want to drop below that either, so let's pull back on the yoke. Add that 1 point of trim back, because we're starting to fall, you know. Let's maintain at 9,000, please. Pull back, everything's fine. And, yeah, we almost forgot to call them up, right? Contact Wichita approach, we're already online.
Wichita approach. Snoot Sierra Alpha Lima 9er Tree 9er, 9100.
Snoot Sierra Alpha Lima 9er Tree 9er, Wichita approach, altimeter 3051, radar contact, continue.
3051, continue, we will continue. Adjust our altimeter, level our wings out here, and 9,100 feet. Very slowly, ever so slightly losing altitude. This is fine. We have a visual approach in a clear highway leading us to Wichita. No clouds, nothing to worry about. There are some clouds we're about to approach. We should be below. Pull back on the yoke now. Alright, we're comfortable. We're going to go ahead and enter cruise comfortably. Let's maintain now. Once again, thanks for flying Snoot Airlines tonight. We hope you're having a fantastic evening. we're going to go ahead and do a layover at Wichita before we make our way over to Las Vegas. Let's contact them up, see who we're dealing with here. We have two options. Kilo, Indigo, Alpha, Bravo. Are you going to show me what you look like? Are you going to reveal to me your secrets? We're climbing. We need to find out before we get too close. We're at about 20,000. We're about 20 nautical miles away right now. Let's get back online. Losing altitude ever so slightly. Let's see what's up with the main airport here. Kilo, Indigo, Charlie, Tango. What is this over here? 71 Kilo. Well, let's attempt to get him on the horn since we can't see him on the EFB. We can see right here, there's a runway. Hello. Nearest airport list. Who's in the area? Who are we talking to here? It's always rough over a large metropolis where there's like 30 little helipads. I don't care about these helipads, friends. We're heading to Wichita. Let's get him on the horn. Airport's farther than me. We need to keep looking. Keep looking. Wichita Glide Port. Where is Wichita International? Colonel James Jabara. Endlessly looking and looking. One more time, nearest airport list. Let's take a look. Who are we going with here? Where are we gonna land? We really need to know. KICT is probably our best bet. Unless it's KIAB. KIAB is right online with us. Indeed it will be. 20 miles away. KIAB. Let's make it happen, man. Let's make it happen. KTOW. Where are you, KTOW? KCEA. KIAB, there's one. Let's get our vector to KIAB, McConnell Air Force Base. First off, tune to the ATIS. What is the weather we're dealing with?
McConnell Airport Information Echo 0900 Zulu. Wind 007 at 8. Visibility 10. Sky condition. Ceiling 9600 broken. Temperature -12. Dew point -16. Altimeter tree 051. Visual runway 01 right and ILS runway 01 left in use. Landing and departing runway 01 right and runway 01 left. VFR aircraft say direction of flight. All aircraft back. Hold short instructions. Advise controller on initial contact you have Echo.
Okay, so 01 right is going to be our, let's request that airspace transition. 01 right is going to be our.
Tower, Snoot Sierra Alpha Lima 9 Tree 9er is type Cessna skywagon, 1 miles east of Tree Alpha Uniform, 8,000. Requesting transition.
Snoot Sierra Alpha Lima 9er Tree 9er. Transition
Approved.
approved.
Fantastic.
Report clear,
We're
McConnell Tower
good.
airspace.
Alright, we know we're clear.
Report clear. Snoot Sierra Alpha Lima 9er Tree 9er.
We're not trying to go clear of your airspace. We're trying to land.
McConnell Tower, Snoot Sierra Alpha Lima 9er Tree 9er 7100.
You down?
To land.
Fuel up.
Snoot Sierra Alpha Lima 9er Tree 9er. McConnell Tower. Altimeter tree 052.
Left.
Make left downwind runway 01 left.
Downwind. Yes, sir. We can make that. There we go. That's what we wanted to see. Acknowledge. Acknowledge. Yes, sir.
Enter left traffic runway 01 left. Snoot Sierra Alpha Lima 9er Tree 9er.
So he wants us to make a downwind approach. Runway 1L, right? And he wants us to make a left downwind approach. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm totally with you there, bro. That's a good idea, man. Alright, here's what's gonna happen. We're going to adjust our heading because we need to go to the left. We're gonna start trimming down because we need to lose some altitude. Not incredibly fast now. We're losing a little too fast. Give ourselves 1 point trim back. We're at about 5,000 feet here. We're gonna maintain this base disposition until we're able to go. Oh goodness. Give ourselves a point of trim here. We're starting to lose altitude like crazy. Yeah, we're gonna maintain base until we're ready to go downwind. The airport should be approaching on our left, and as such, we can see it. The blue lights there in the very far right. Two points trim up, 3 points trim up. We're sitting at 4,000 feet currently. We are currently preparing. We're on wide base preparing to land in Wichita, at which point we'll do a little layover and yeah, we'll finish. Let's give ourselves a little bit of throttle here. We're starting to fall out of the sky. We don't want that. Trim up 2 points, 4,000 feet, and slowly dropping. The airport is approaching on our left port side. We can see the blue lights. Once we pass those blue lights, we're going to approach downwind. There we are. A clearer picture of what we're dealing with. So we're going to fly straight, take a big left, and then fly a big U-turn, basically, is how we're going to get in here. Do we need to contact them? Let them know anything? No, sir, they already know we're coming. They already have us on radar. It's an Air Force base. What would you expect? So, we are now on crosswind, I would believe this is. What are we sitting at? Let's remove 1 point of trim ever so slightly. Here we go. We need to focus. We need to focus. The runway is to the left. Of those two runways, ours is on the right. Remove 1 more point of trim. See what it does for us. We are at 4,600. Here we go now. good. In crosswind. You don't want to stay here too long. Cross over now to downwind. Starting to lose altitude fast. There we go, there we go. Level off, lose some trim. We are now downwind of our runway. You don't really want to begin losing altitude until that back 3/4 quarter panel quadrant. But we're going rather fast, so we really need to slow things down. As we approach ground level, we need to ridgen up our mixture. We're about to land, so we need to turn off our anti-ice. That also means our cabin heat. There we go. On this thing, we need to close the cowl flaps. There we go. Alright, let's get back downwind. What are we looking at? 4,000 feet. There we go. We're gonna stay heading down. Focus our camera. Do we need to tell them we're downwind? They already know, they got us on radar. Full air mixture up for the most part. We need to add.
Sierra Alpha Lima 9er Tree 9er. Wind 007 at 8. Clear to land, runway 01 left.
Alright, we're cleared to land. Let's confirm.
Clear to land runway 01 left. Sierra Alpha Lima 9er Tree 9er.
That's good. I like to go 2 large blocks down. 2 large blocks. Yar. So that's 1 block. We're gonna fly 1 more, probably down to this next street before we make base. Slow things down, add a lot of trim, turn it on in. Let's see if we can get eyes on our target. Can we? There it is. The one on the left. Reel back the throttle. 1 degree of flaps. Stay on base now. Stay on base until you're online for final, at least. Alright, we need to get online for final. Here we go, we're already online. Add some trim and pull back on the throttle. Add trim, pull back on the throttle. We're not trying to have yoke issues on landing, so I'm gonna grab it myself. Here we go. Snoot Airlines says buckle up for the landing. We need to give ourselves a little bit of throttle here. At 2,000. We're gonna make this runway now. Second degree of flaps coming out as we pull back on the throttle ever so slightly. There we go, there we go. Keep that nose up. There's no need not to stay nose up. Losing altitude at a comfortable speed of 5 feet per second. We are on final. Do we need to announce it? We do not. They have us. They know. Let's see. How smooth can we get it? No need to touch the throttle. This is good. 1 single point of trim up as we pull back on the throttle. Divvy the wings to the left. Just a little, right? Let's get us online here. Alright, now we're gonna start nosing up. Here we go. Approaching for final. Runway 10. As we approach the ground, we will slowly pull back on the throttle. There we go. Tilt that nose up. Pull back on the throttle. Level out the wings now. Cut the throttle.
Snoot Sierra Alpha Lima 9er Tree 9er. Exit runway when able.
Alright, yes sir, let's confirm. Well, I don't know where it's going to take us.
Airport information Echo 0900 Zulu. Wind 007 at 8. Visibility 10. Sky condition. Ceiling 9600 broken. Temperature -12. Dew point -17. Altimeter tree 051.
Let's get out of the ATIS. Tune back to the tower. Acknowledge the handoff.
127.25. Snoot Sierra Alpha Lima 9er Tree 9er.
So, yeah, first and foremost, we're clear of runway.
Sierra Alpha Lima 9er Tree 9er. Hold position. Caution other traffic.
Oh, geez, hold position. I'm holding.
Snoot Sierra Alpha Lima 9er Tree 9er. Continue taxi.
Alright, continue our taxi. Let's do it. Where is the layover point? It looks like that building over there. That's where we're going. Pardon me, good sir. It's probably soldiers. They're wondering why I landed here. Hello, sirs. No need for the emergency response, friends. We are now at Wichita Air Force Base, McConnell, and we're about to begin layover. We're going to have a very short layover, so grab your snacks. I know I'm about to grab some snacks. Go ahead if you need to use the restroom. We're going to go ahead and keep the engines idling. Spend about 5, at most 10 minutes here while I heat up a hot glass of tea, use the restroom, and we'll get right back in the air and continue to Las Vegas. Yeah, so we're going to go ahead and enter the layover phase. While we're doing the layover phase, I am going to quickly go into my settings. We're having a bit of pull. We're having a little bit of pull here. Let's lift our flaps on up. Where are we? I know we're gonna take a turn here to the left soon. Let's just squeak on between these little fellas right here, right? We can actually see what looks to be some blinking lights up ahead. I don't know if that's us or not. Either or, we're gonna go ahead and keep company with some jets over here, I suppose. Cut the throttles. And we're actually just gonna let the engines idle. It's cold as hell. While this thing is idling on the runway, cut that. Parking brake. Reset the camera. We're gonna get the cabin heat going. Cabin heat on. Mixture. Put that puppy at about 50. We're idling. We want to keep the mixture very low, right? Full propeller. Just a little bit of throttle. Alright. Yeah, this is officially the layover. We started to do layover, so if you have to use the restroom, we will be right back. Thanks for joining Snoot City. Plan for 10 minutes, and then we'll get right back in the air.
Thanks for joining us here on Snoot Airlines. Thank you for holding.
Alright, hello friends. Thank you for holding. I hope you had a pleasant layover. I went ahead and got me a nice warm beverage, some tea. We're gonna go ahead and get clearance to get on up and out of here, back in the air, on our way to Vegas. Yes, sir. Hope you brought your paycheck. Let's go. We are going to be taking off from the same way we came in. I remember they said VFR flights were on runway, I believe. What was it? 01L. So that's where we're going to be taking off from. 01L. We're going to taxi all the way down to 01L. Up to Point Hoover over here. And take off on a westward disposition. So let's let them know. Request west 8. Hello. I didn't hear a word from them, but apparently we're good to continue to taxi. So hey, hopefully, everyone's back from the layover. We're about to get back up in the air. Oh, goodness. Just a bit too hot. The time is right now currently 4 a.m. local time. Perfect. We're right on time. Let's go. Call them on up. Acknowledge our clearance. And once we get close to the runway, we're going to go ahead and hit the hold short point and tune to the tower. So it looks like the best way to get on out of here is turn around, hook a giant left, and go straight. Let's make it happen. Is everybody strapped in? You got your bags all settled. Hopefully nobody forgot anything inside. We're about to take off. Are the doors all buckled? Seatbelts fastened. No smoking sign on. We don't want any smokers on takeoff. Except for your pilot. Ha 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 ha. Just kidding. Alright, let's get it going. Thanks for joining us. Back on the road to Vegas. Parking brake. Full propellers for takeoff. We want to turn off all our anti-ice. That's right. We're going to give a second glance. We forgot them on landing, but our takeoff and taxi lights are also very important. What are we looking at down here? Pitot heat on. Turn that off for takeoff. Cowl flaps need to be opened. Open them up. We're also, before we take off, just because the cowl flaps are been closed, we want to make sure the engine's not too hot. The oil tap looks good. The oil pressure looks good. Head tap looks fine. Avionics master's off. Yikes. Let's turn that on. It doesn't really matter because we're not using the VOR radio, but look at that. There's our Garmin. We don't have it programmed or anything, but alright, yeah, enough clowning around, isn't it? Fix the trim while we're down here. Trim is only going to be 1.0, not 6.7. Really need to reel off a lot of that. We fixed the yoke while we were laid over. Quite honestly, the main reason we laid over. We were having severe yoke drift. Now, let's be honest. That would be quite the problem for any flight, wouldn't it? Alright, we're cleared to taxi. Look to the left, look to the right. Peek on over. Give ourselves some throttle. We have hardly any fuel mixture because for taxiing, you don't need fuel mixture. We're not trying to waste all our gas here. Hook on over, ignoring all these beautiful jets. And there we go. Get online. We should be following a yellow line. You know that we're not. Don't tell anybody. That's why you buy Snoot Airlines. We're willing to do what the other guys won't. And we do it for you, the viewer. Do we want to go to the left or right of this scary looking building here? Probably to the left. Watch the wings now. Watch the wings. We're good. We're good. Fantastic. We're really getting crazy here. We're in a minefield of both people and airliners. Large craft, small craft, it doesn't matter. Really need to slow things down now. It looks like we're approaching some buildings here. And right in the center of them, let's part the buildings. Wings? Wings, are they good? You just trust. Sometimes you just gotta trust. We're good, we're good. Looking good, how about that? Alright. Smaller aircraft here on the right. Right here, past this fella with the two twin engines is where we're going to be taking a hard starboard turn. As we turn to the right, we turn our ailerons to the left so that we don't keel over in the wind. There's not a very strong wind, fortunately. Slow things down. This will let us find our yellow line. Here we go. What is happening here? Bit of loss of rudders. There we go. There's our line. You really can't see it, but we do have our taxi lights on. Let's adjust our EFB, because that's kind of our savior right now. Our EFB is really helping us. Not the biggest fan of the tail dragger, but it's great for taking off on short distances. So we're crossing what looks to be a taxiway. Certainly it is only a taxiway, nothing to fear. I don't know how good the fidelity is on your side of the stream, but we can see some red lights over there. Some blue lights, green lights, and the red lights. The red lights should be our destination. So let's get on to these twin yellow lines here. We don't want to throttle too crazy, but we do want to make good time. Again, currently, the time is now 4:06. It's been 5 minutes of taxiing. Our plane is ready to get up in the air. That's the plus side. So while we're approaching the hold short point, we need to get on the horn one more time. Hit up comms. Get on the tower. And they're gonna, look at that, those snow-covered trees over to our right. The tower is going to know once we hit the hold short point. And we should be approaching it very shortly. Watch our rudders now. We're starting to gain some speed. Pull back on that throttle. I wonder if the hot drink has cooled off enough. It definitely has not. 3 minutes of heating, 30 minutes of cooling. Alright, alright. Slowing things down here. 01L. We are at the hold short point, it would look like. What does the comms have to say? Hello, comms. Do we need to contact the ground? Do we need to contact the ATIS ground? Hello. Nope, not the ground. We contact the tower. I think they want us to get on the runway. When in doubt, just push past the hold short point. What does it mean? It means nothing. What is this? Is this snow? What is this that we're in? Never seen anything like this in my entire life. We are now on the active runway. Leveling up for final takeoff approach. Parking brakes in. Let's make sure everything's good. Hit him up on the horn. Yikes. Hello? Hello? Contact the tower. Y'all hearing me? Looks like it's gonna be another illegal takeoff from Snoot Airlines. Hey, that's okay. As long as we get up in the air, that's all that matters. They'll go ahead and shoo us out once we're up there. I'm actually adding some water to my tea in an attempt to get it to cool down right before takeoff. Last chance before we get in the air, and this is going to be our final leg of the flight. We've already gone about a fourth of the way, give or take. This is going to be the more serious flight. I never mean to talk the ear off of my patrons. You know I love my viewers, but for this second half, we're really going to fall into a bit of zen here. Reel back the blabbermouth and let the controls speak a little more for themselves. So, right now, while we should have been sitting at the hold short while we do this. The time is 4:10 p.m. a.m., pardon me. It's morning here in Wichita, Kansas. The temperature is below freezing. And, yeah, I'm gonna take a quick smoke, 1 or 2 hits, and we're gonna get up in the air. Normally this is when we would ask them for permission to take off, but we're just gonna pretend that we got that, because you know Microsoft Flight Sim, sometimes they're not great with the comms. Anyways, time for takeoff. Full mixture, full propeller throttle, anti-ice needs to be off. It is. Flaps. We don't need flaps. Cowl flaps, however, do need to be open. Before we take off, we are going to look at our fuel tanks. Let's take a look. Co-pilot, would you do that for me? How is our fuel looking? We still have a bit of fuel. We are going to need to switch over halfway through. Just to be sure we do that the right way. Both. Switch it over to both. Let's pull from both. Currently, the time is 4:12 p.m. Lining up for our 4:15 flight. Ah, positively delicious. How absolutely positively wonderful. Finally, the tea is ready. Again, 4:12. I'm gonna take maybe 1 or 2 more puffs, huh? We are looking at a 12:15. Thanks for joining this morning, everybody. Hope you're having a fantastic morning. In local time. I know I've said it like 7 times in a row. It's about 4 a.m. here. We're looking at an estimated time of arrival of about, I would have to assume, between 6 to 7 a.m. in Las Vegas. So, yeah. Should be able to make it just in time for the morning rush on the Strip. I've never gone gambling myself in Vegas, but again, this trip is mimicking my mom and my brother. They're going to Washington to Phoenix, Arizona. They dropped by Vegas on the way over. A smart idea, right, for anyone on the way to Arizona. So, all right, 4:13 now. Got it all grinded up. Things are looking good. Hot tea. Hopefully everyone's used the restroom. This is gonna be the long haul leg. Again, a 2-hour flight at most. Not a real long haul flight, but if anybody cares to join, we are turning off the no smoking sign, taking one hit, and at 4:15, taking off. The time is 4:14 right now. Let's just pretend we're cleared for launch again. We know we're not. The time is now 4:15. We are assuredly clear for takeoff. Snoot Airlines would once again like to thank you for your patronage. Here we go. Without any further ado, remove the parking brake. Trim, flaps, all set. Lights, good. Cowl flaps, good. Checklist is set. Detent, 50%. We work from there. Look to the left, look to the right, we're going. Slowly wheel that on. And nose up, time to rotate. We rotated a little slow there, but we do now have positive rate of climb. Positive rate achieved. Let's get on the horn. They're probably going to get angry at us. Tune to approach. Request. Transition of airspace.
Snoot Sierra Alpha Lima 9er Tree 9ers Type Cessna Skywagon, 1 mile south of McConnell, 2000. Request clearance to transition Charlie airspace.
Oh, the light. Cursed light.
Sierra Alpha Lima 9er Tree 9er approach. Squawk 4575.
4575, you said. Roger that. 4575, Snoot Sierra Alpha Lima 9er Tree 9er.
Squawk 4575, Snoot Sierra Alpha Lima 9er Tree 9er.
Snoot Sierra Alpha Lima 9er Tree 9er. Radar contact 1 miles northeast of McConnell, 3800. Cleared through the Charlie airspace. Maintain own navigation.
Thank you, thank you. We are going to go ahead off Western. We're climbing a bit too heavily, so immediately lose some trim. We need to take the full turn here.
Snoot Sierra Alpha Lima 9er Tree 9er. Acknowledge last transmission.
Pretty sure I was just a radar contact, right? Roger, Snoot Sierra Alpha Lima 9er Tree 9er.
Cleared through the Charlie airspace. Snoot Sierra Alpha Lima 9er Tree 9er.
Fantastic, alright.
Snoot Sierra Alpha Lima 9er Tree 9er. You're leaving my airspace. Radar service terminated. Squawk 1200. Frequency change approved.
1200, Snoot Sierra Alpha Lima 9er Tree 9er.
Squawk 1200. Frequency change approved. Snoot Sierra Alpha Lima 9er Tree 9er.
Here we go. Westbound heading. We're actually going to adjust heading 24, I believe. 25. Heading 25 west. Perfect. This is exactly what we're trying to achieve. We're going to keep climbing. We're now at 7,000 feet. We want to climb to 9,000 feet. So again, slow things down. We can slow our ascent. 1 point of trim has been removed. Let's put the yokes back just to see if we're still dealing with the terrible issue. Gonna have to really increase the dead zone. It really looks like we are still dealing with some of it. So already, right off the bat, we can see some IMC in front of us. Not to fear. Have we contacted approach? Let's get a flight following.
Approach. Snoot Sierra Alpha Lima 9er Tree 9er is type Cessna skywagon. 3 miles west of McConnell. 8,000. Request flight following.
Snoot Sierra Alpha Lima 9er Tree 9er, approach. Squawk 0157.
0157. Snoot Sierra Alpha Lima 9er Tree 9er.
Squawk 0157. Snoot Sierra Alpha Lima 9er Tree 9er.
We have
Sierra
almost...
Alpha Lima 9er Tree 9er. Radar contact 2 miles
Altimeter
northeast
tree
of 72
052.
kilo, 8600. Altimeter tree 052.
We have almost hit cruise altitude of 9,000 feet, so we will begin beverage service if anybody is enjoying.
Sierra Alpha Lima 9er Tree 9er, please acknowledge.
We hope you're enjoying a beverage with us
Sierra
tonight.
Alpha Lima 9er Tree 9er.
Of course, I'm having a nice warm tea. We hope you're having a nice, tasty, warm or cold beverage yourself. This flight is not sponsored by Pepsi, or Coca-Cola, or Mountain Dew Baja Blast. I sure wish it was, though. So, to our left, we can see the greater Wichita metropolis. No ice on the wings. However, we are going to get our anti-ice going while we're in the air. Not only are we turning on our cabin heat, we will turn on our pitot heating. The last thing you want is your pitot system to freeze up. Not only are we acknowledging the pitot heating, we're turning on the anti-ice. Turning off the landing and takeoff lights. We are now at 10,000 feet, so we're climbing. We need to drop 1 point of trim, reel back on the throttle. We would like to sit at 20 manifold pressure. We really need to pull back our throttle RPM, propeller RPM, pardon me. And we trim down to cap it all off. So ahead of us, before we venture into this soup mixture, we can actually see a highway, and this highway leads about to our destination. Yeah, indeed. This is going to be our heading for quite some time. Heading 25. And let's get back on it because it's pretty good heading. It really is. Heading 25 is going to take us all the way there. I'm sure you can hear it. It's a scary noise. It's the noise of a beacon below us. It's telling us that we are on track. That is our VOR radio. So everything's fine. We're just going to remove 1 point of trim and slowly descend. We're at 10,000. We need to go back to 9,000. Below 10,000 and above 9 is fine. We have some room to play. Remove 2 points of trim. Just 1 point, actually. Let's pull back on our propeller RPM ever so slightly. Take it down to about 25,000 RPMs. Again, 20 RPM manifold pressure. Let you look down here for yourself. Slightly above 25,000 RPM. 20 manifold pressure. Heading is west 25. That gives us a speed of slightly above 140 knots. Doing good. Sitting at 9,500 and losing altitude ever so slightly. We need to, before we go into this IMC, level out. We're going to give ourselves one positive point of trim and see what it does. Okay, we're going to set our heading here. We're about to lose visual. Is everything good? Anti-ice is on. Okay, everybody's strapped in, we hope. We're losing altitude here. Let's give ourselves 1 point of trim. (9,450 feet gaining. We're actually losing, so give ourselves 1 point of trim. Constantly, we're needing to apply just a little bit of left aileron, but we are maintaining heading 25 west. Altitude 9,500 at a speed of 130 knots. RPMs are good. Fuel is looking solid. The engine and the engine pressure looks fantastic. Extended flights in Microsoft Flight Sim, especially repeated landings and takeoffs, always get to be a little bit nerve-wracking, especially with the Cessna 152. We've had multiple emergency landings from engine failures, so here's hoping the skywagon is a little more powerful after our last layover. We're really expecting it to carry a lot of weight on this second leg. Wichita to Las Vegas. Again, we're gonna lose visual of it, but there's a highway straight to our right that looks like it's leading in the general direction we're going. So we're gonna stick to that highway as our VFR target. Off in the distance there, we can see an airfield, it looks like. Back left quadrant. There it is. We hope everyone is having a fantastic night or morning. A little bit silly. I sometimes put on these videos to sleep to. It's my own videos. It's myself talking, but I don't know. The airplane is so nice and comforting. We need to not fall for the comforting lull of the engines, however. We are having some yoke issues still. Once we make it to Vegas, which is rough, you know. Once we make it to Vegas, we'll have to adjust the dead zone of that yoke again. So we're doing comfortable. Let's give ourselves... We honestly don't even need to give ourselves positive trim. We have altitude to lose. We're maintaining our western heading. Do we need to go to heading 25? Yes, it looks like we do. This highway to our right no longer represents us in our ambitions. Heading 25 is a little bit more accurate for us. Heading 25 will take us to our goals. Overall, we're nice and level now here. We've achieved comfortable flight. We're battling the yoke, though. You never like to battle the yoke. It's like a good scrambled egg. A little bit of ice, ever so slightly. We can see just a little bit of ice beginning to build up on our windows. Not enough to give pause or worry. Keep tilting to the left. The plane has that right starboard sway, so just a little bit of leftward bias. That'll give us room to play with. Level it out, nice and easy. We've achieved overall level flight here at about 9,900 feet, just shy of 10,000 feet. We have a comfortable 2-5 west heading. I believe we are still in Kansas, unless I'm mistaken. Yes. Not too far out of the Wichita metro area. Let's see what's up on our flight following. Yeah, they're following us. Fantastic. Who are we on board with? Wichita Dwight D. Eisenhower. Shoutouts to the Wichita Dwight D. Eisenhower ATC fellows. I know it's got to be an incredibly difficult job covering such a large and populated area. Maintaining attention, but not too much tension now. The difference between west and heading 25 is palpable. Off in the distance, we're going to go ahead and set our VFR target. I'm not sure if it shows up on the stream, but there is a collection of lights that looks like a city. That's what we're focused on. At least for now. In the end, it's going to be partially between this one and this one over here. Two cities. And we are, for the most part, we're going to keep this line about halfway between them both. That'll be perfect. Having a little bit of yoke issues here now. It's okay. yoke issues. We're battling them out with the trim. As we press on, we can see some clouds beginning to form to our port side left. Looks like we're not too worried about that, but off in the distance, we can see some cloud cover, enough that we may have to worry. We're hoping as we approach the mountains that the clouds have eased up. Now, hope isn't always your best bet, right? But I tell you what, we're hoping. So we're above 10,000 feet now. We need to duck 1 point of trim at least. We need to go below 10,000. 9,900 is fantastic. 10,000 is too much. It's a big difference. Things are going comfortable. How lean is our mix? 80, we could go at least 70. At 10,000 feet, you can have about 70% mixture and you're doing fine. Reset our cams. Passing a small city on the left. We can actually see a little bit of the stars in the sky tonight. Well, this morning, actually. The time is currently 4:36 a.m. local time. That's Central Time. United States Central Standard Time. I believe that's, oh, I have no clue what that is in Zulu. 6 hours later. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It should be 10:37 Zulu time. Well, let's focus back on the bigger picture. Where are we? KDVC is going to be the next large airport. Let's find out what that is, shall we? KDDC Airport. Ronald Reagan Washington Airport. It's in Virginia. That doesn't seem right. KDDC Airport. Dodge City. That seems a little more accurate. I actually used to have family in Dodge City to the north. Let's fix our heading. We're getting a little too caught up. That's why they don't give pilots phones. There we are. Heading west. Removing 1 point of trim. Removing 2 points? Let's remove just 1. See what happens. Give a little bit of left. Give a little bit of left wing influence now. Battle the constant right sway. Heading is west 25. Sitting at 9,700 feet of altitude, gaining slowly. If we continue west, are we going to intersect with our VOR lines? I believe we will. Let's adjust our heading. We're going to give ourselves a little bit of rudder up here. heading to 140 knots. We got a good speed going here. We have slightly more than 20 manifold pressure. We're gonna pull back on that a little bit. RPM sitting comfortably at 25,000. 9,600 feet in, slowly gaining. Do we need to do anything with the trim? I don't believe we do. Add 1 point of trim. We're still ballooning, and if you're ballooning, well, you're not comfortably cruising, right? Keep things level now. Remove that 1 point of... See, we don't want to get impatient now. Let the craft see if it can even out. We are coming up on some cloud cover ahead of us. To the left, to the right. Everything's good, everything's fine. Just south of Dodge City. Past Point Any. And look at that below us. I'm not sure if you can see because of the terrible PS5 fidelity. We're passing a wind farm below us. Let's open the window. Open it up. Don't be shy, come on. Hit. It's a strange control for a window. It's not just a toggle, unfortunately. Oh well. Enough monkey business. Yes. We need to get this stall under control before it happens, and we really need to adjust our heading. We don't have enough fuel to just play around. This is a serious flight. We are going from Dodge City to, pardon me, we're going from Kansas City all the way to New Vegas. New Vegas, yeah. Las Vegas, Nevada. Heading needs to be adjusted. Give ourselves 1 point of trim to cope with this strange yoke issue we're having. How's the engine looking? RPM's a little bit fast. Manifold pressure looks comfortable. We're climbing slightly. Feels like we're dealing with some turbulence. It's just a matter of maintaining our heading right now. Things are looking good. Let's peek over the nose now. What do we see? Are we going to adjust our heading to the city? Let's find out. I feel like the city was a little too far south last time. Here we go, it is. We're going to be going just to the right of the upcoming city. Our path will take us directly past. So let's set up to cut the city. Our altitude, our altimeter says we are at 9,900 and climbing. Let's remove 1 point of trim from that. we are now on line to clip the city. Slowly losing altitude. We have plenty of altitude to give, so we can actually see some clouds beginning to come into the picture. VFR rules state we are supposed to attempt to avoid them, keep visual with the ground, so we would skirt to the left here. Fantastic. We're still on line to clip the edge of the city. Let's be fuel efficient with it, you know. We'll continue on our way. Let's see, what city is this? It's always fun finding out, isn't it? What kind of airspace are we about to enter? Well, let's forget about the EFB for a second and bring up our comms.
Snoot Sierra Alpha Lima 9039er contact Kansas City Center on 118.35. Good day.
Kansas City Center again, okay.
118.35 for Snoot Sierra Alpha Lima 939er.
118.35. We'll clip to the north of the city. Let's acknowledge the handoff and switch on over. Switch on over to Kansas City Center and contact Kansas City Center.
Kansas City Center, Snoot Sierra Alpha Lima 939er, 9900.
9900. We already
Snoot
dropped
Sierra
300
Alpha
feet.
Lima 939er, Kansas City Center, altimeter 3062, radar contact, continue.
3062. Let's adjust. Gotta keep your altimeter up to date. Very extremely important. There's a storm a-brewing to our storm a-brewing on the starboard side, laddies. And it looks like a serious one. It's most likely a winter storm. I don't want any part of it. We're just gonna maintain this heading, clip this direct side of town, and see what happens. Having a good time here. We're starting to pull up. We don't want to go above 10,000. We're sitting just shy of hypoxia altitude. Do we need to add some trim? What's happening with the yoke here? Some clouds are coming up. It's looking like we're going to be flying into them. I think we can avoid it. I'm feeling confident. It's not a serious cloud covering. Just adjust our heading here. Disposition 25. We don't want to climb too heftily now. Dismiss 1 point of trim. So our VFR target was this city. Let's take a look at our heading again. See if we can get another one.
Snoot Sierra Alpha Lima 9er Tree 9er contact Kansas City Center on 127.8. Good day.
127.8.
127.8 for Snoot Sierra Alpha Lima 9er Tree 9er.
We really do just need to stay on heading 25. We just gotta stick to it like glue. Heading 25. I'll go ahead and zoom on in. Heading 25. Manifold pressure looks good. RPMs looks good. Oil temperature is still good. The plane's not overheating. The time sits at 4:50 a.m. Again, beverage check. Snacks if anyone's hungry. It's a little early morning, so I suspect they'd be passing out cereal. I'm not eating this morning. Just a bit of tea. Now's a good opportunity for beverages. Nice bit of clean flight, no turbulence, level. We have achieved overall level flight at 9,200, slowly losing altitude. Maintaining on heading 25 west, due west. We're flying the borrowed Cessna skywagon. You can tell because of the label 7 Gen 7. Our personal Cessna 152 with the cat tag is, well, it's in for repairs. So we are in Gen 7 Gen 7. Let me be honest, hell of a trusty craft. We took off in this thing from Fairfield, Iowa, and we are currently, well, we're just crossing over Kansas. We should be entering before too terribly too long. Into New Mexico, I suppose. We're getting a little too hopeful there. Well, we are not even south of Dodge City yet, but it'll happen soon. Let's adjust our heading. We're getting onto our VOR line, but the VOR line is less important than having the correct heading and maintaining proper fuel efficiency. And the truth is, heading 25 is about perfect, isn't it? Again, I already said that. We just need to maintain, don't we? Slightly to the left. We're gonna want to go... We're entering some cloud cover here. We're gonna want to go to the left of this next city. A little bit of turbulence here. What's up on the flight following? Let's tune to Kansas City Center.
Kansas City Center, Snoot Sierra Alpha Lima 9er Tree 9er, 8500.
Snoot Sierra Alpha Lima 9er Tree 9er, Kansas City Center, altimeter tree 062, radar contact, continue.
Alright, brother says continue. That just means continue. We will continue. Probably not the wisest thing to do. Cleaning my ears. Giving them a little scratch. Don't mind me. Alright, we return. I'm feeling comfortable. Again, we want to go to the left of this upcoming city. Point it out. I don't know how visible it is. Looks like a highway here, and then it goes to the left. So, to the left is where we're going to go. where we'll go. Let's see what's up on the EFB. There is a glow, a soft glow in the very far distance. I would love to see what happens when we point our nose at it. I think it's too far south, unfortunately. I really do. Heading 2-5 is kind of the magic number. Not even gonna waste time with the EFB because I already know it's too far south. We are now sitting at 8,500 feet, which means we've been losing altitude. Let's give ourselves 1 point of positive trim and see what it does for us. Alright. This has been overall fun and lighthearted, but there is some cloud coverage approaching. And when cloud coverage approaches, it's never a joking matter. We need to prepare for the upcoming IMC. Just to be sure, do I have my pitot heating on? I do. Fantastic. Anti-ice is going to be very important in this flight. Especially tackling these clouds. If we could just punch through and then no more clouds, I'll be happy. Yeah, happy Jack. We are climbing slowly. How's our engine? Our engine's doing good. RPMs 25,500. Maybe 26,000. Manifold pressure, 20 pounds per square inch, I believe. Heading is due west. Ahead of us, we can see a blinking beacon, so we are gonna due south ever so slightly. Ever so slightly. Can we maintain at about 9,000? Let's find out. Okay, it really is coming down. It's starting to get a bit dark in here. In real life, I'm gonna have to flip off my light. Let's see. There we go. That'll help. The aviation lights for this craft are not fantastic. We got them going. About as good as it gets. Gonna give my viewers a flashbang warning. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Bam! If you'd like to take a look, if it is too dark, take a look at the readings. 9,500 feet, we're overall level. RPMs at 25. Manifold at 20. Good attitude, 140 knots. And again, the time is... well, the time is almost 5 a.m. Okay. And let the eyes adjust to the darkness once more, right? Let's take a look up there. Look at those stars. Beautiful after so many clouds. You can really see them. How great to just zone out and look at those forever, huh? Overall, we have level flight again. We are level at about 9,700 on a heading of 250 due west. Alright, right before we enter this cloud, let's get our bearings. Again, never underestimate cloud coverage. We're in violation of VFR rules here. We should not be flying into clouds, but unfortunately, there's cloud coverage on our route, so. We have a little bit of room to play with our heading, anywhere from 2-4 to due west. It's really fine for a while. If we'll look from the co-pilot's perspective, our left tank of fuel is almost run dry, which is always a little bit nerve-wracking, isn't it? Alright, above us we can see the stars, and below us we can see the ground, so while we are in a bit of cloud cover, it's nothing to panic about.
Snoot Sierra Alpha Lima 9er Tree 9er contact Kansas City Center on 126.905. Good day.
126.5 for Snoot Sierra Alpha Lima 9er Tree 9er.
126.905. Snoot Sierra Alpha Lima 9er Tree 9er.
Alright, let's ring those fellas on up. 126.95. Contact Kansas City Center.
Kansas City Center. Snoot Sierra Alpha Lima 9er Tree 9er, 9700.
We've really leveled out at
Snoot
97,
Sierra
nice
Alpha
and
Lima
easy.
9er Tree 9er, Kansas City Center, altimeter tree 062. Radar contact continue.
Alright, they said continue, we'll continue. It's nice not having to respond to that one. $5 a.m. The morning should be approaching soon. The morning sun. Within the hour, we should be seeing sunrise before we hit Las Vegas. At 130, 140 knots. We're hoping to make it there in the next 2 hours. That's our hope. Leveled off at 9,700 feet. A comfortable engine speed and a heading of 250 due west. We're doing comfortable here at Snoot Airlines, and we hope you are doing comfortable as well. Back into a very nice, comfortable spot. We can really take a glance out here at the stars again. It's quite pleasant. The no smoking sign is off for anybody who does wish to join, of course. I would open the window, but it's a bit weird. Okay, with the controls. We'll give it another shot, huh? Can we open this bad boy? I don't think we can. You're getting a little too hopeful there. Oh well. Oh well. It's still fine. We'll get a smoky cabin. It's okay. Sterile cabin doesn't mean much to the pilots these days, right? This is a no smoking cabin, but for all the kids who have your vaporizers, or go ahead and feel free. I'm actually not a vaporizer guy myself. A drier vaporizer perhaps, but not the little nicotine sticks or the THC ones that you get from the pharmas. I am a medical patient though, how about that? Big Snoot is a certified CBD medical cannabis patient. How cool is that? I'm from Iowa though, so we have a terrible medical program here. Alright, let's get nice and even. We're at 9,800 feet. Even though we've been largely level, we have been slowly gaining. Ahead of us, I'm not sure what I'm looking at. It almost looks like some precipitation. Of course, our heading has drifted and we need to adjust that. We're going to go to the left of the precipitation. So we're still looking good on our flight following. Dealing with just a little bit of turbulence, but again, overall we're leveled out at about 9,800 feet. We are adjusting our heading currently. Always a struggle to maintain heading 2-5 due west. But the stars are nice when we can find pockets of clearness between the clouds. To the left, the deltas of Kansas below us. Look to our right, the mounds and hills of Kansas beside us. And in front of us, the sprawling Great Plains region from which I hail from. I'm not from Kansas, but we're beginning to lose a bit of altitude now. That's okay. We'll get nice and leveled out at about 9,700 again, I assume. Slowly drifting right, fixing our heading. We need to set a new VFR target, and I think I have one in mind. Let's look at the EFB. There we go. This is our heading. This is the direction we go, right here. There's nothing really super amazing in front of us to look at, but we just stick to it like glue. And we're going to be on this heading for quite a while. Looks like we have 100 or 200 miles in front of us. But again, we are going more than 100 miles an hour, so it bodes well, doesn't it? The best way to do flights is through the night. Do them through the night until you get tired and exhausted. That way you can simulate. It's a game about simulating, isn't it? Well, you can almost attempt to simulate how exhausted a real pilot must probably be after a night of hard partying and hardcore sex with multiple very attractive females. So we're actually climbing above 10,000 feet. We need to drop at least 1 point of trim. We don't need to get crazy. Skies are clear to our starboard side, but port side things are looking a little rough. And that's a bit disconcerting because southbound is sort of the direction we're going to be leaning. Yeah, we're actually going to soon be changing our heading. We're about to intersect with our VOR line. Adjust that heading, adjust the heading, adjust the heading. Keep going. There we go. Scary. Looks like we're intersecting with another flight. I'm sure ATC knows we're here. Can we see him? Where are they? They're actually probably going to be about 20 miles away. Thinking about it. They're coming in fast, don't get me wrong. But this is a very large scale we're dealing with. If I am able to see him, he's going to be on the other side of this cloud, that's for sure. Back into the cabin where it's nice and cozy. Alright, we're actually starting to climb above 10,000 feet, which will become a problem if we don't address it. We need to immediately trim down. Just 1 point, but again, we already did 1 point of trim, so if we don't start seeing results, we will do one more. I hope the plane is listening, because we will trim down. Alright, we're entering a cloud. It's not super thick, but again, every time you enter cloud coverage, never underestimate. Alright, we're having yoke issues too, so pull back, get level. We don't want to stress the airframe. It's a lot of lost altitude. 20 square inches of manifold pressure, 25,000 RPMs. Holding and maintain above 9,500 but below 10,000. What's up on our flight? Following? We're being followed. Yes, I thought we were. By Kansas City. He's right above us, theoretically speaking. Might actually be below us, strangely. Maybe it's a helicopter at a helipad. He is behind us now. How strange. The world may never know. Back on into the inside now. We're slightly below 10,000 feet, which is fantastic. 9,900, I couldn't be happier. Could not be happy at all. We do need to adjust the heading though, however. Heading due west 250 southbound Moorside. We can see some IMC coming up, and we do want to avoid these clouds as much as possible. I don't know how thick they are, but they are darkly colored, which is a bit worrisome. I'm wondering if we'll see the sun. The sun might not actually rise for another hour or two. Here's hoping. 9,700. To our left, we can see a blinking beacon, likely one that signifies an airfield. Our wings are looking nice and level. We are about to fly into clouds, however, and I don't think I'm too worried because we can still see the stars above. Thank the stars. We do need to watch out, however. It looks like we're in a descent. Of course, that's the yoke issue. Once we hit Vegas, we can always fix that. Just increase the dead zone on the yoke. But in real life, it would be a crippling issue, I'm sure. The yoke can only... So, okay. I don't know if you can see this on the other side of the stream. There's a light off in the distance. There's a light off in the distance, and there's a light off in the distance. We're going to be following this one right here. At least I believe that's our heading. Heading 25, not heading west. We're going to need to go to the left of the one that I previously pointed out. Oh, we've actually dropped below 9,000 to 8,000, so let's give ourselves one positive point of trim. To maintain heading 25, the lights that I previously pointed out are going to need to be touched by an angel. They're going to need to be touched by this center line of my craft, basically. I just need to not be cowardly about it and just touch it. Just like that. This is the heading I'm gonna walk upon. We're gonna get nice and comfortable here for quite a while. We're actually starting to see signs of icing. Slightly worrisome. The other day, we had icing so bad when we landed that we couldn't see. So, here's hoping we don't deal with that. We'll let the craft auto-compensate here. Not necessarily the best term. We are not using autopilot. This is all hand flying. Too stupid to use the autopilot, you see. I play it off as skill, though. So we're losing altitude. Time to add one more point of trim. That's the 2 points of trim that we lost earlier added back. Let's look at the trim wheel. If I had to guess, I'd say we're at 0.3. How embarrassing is that? We're at negative 0.1. We're actually at negative trim. Let's again adjust heading. 25 due west. We have finally passed Dodge City, south of Dodge City, by about 20-30 miles. We will now be coming up on KLBL Airport. Oh, goodness gracious. KLBL Airport. Oh, man, it searched. Oh, goodness gracious. Well, let's get things back under control now, huh? Focus. Heading has been achieved. Level flight. We're climbing. So let's just drop some trim. Add some trim now. And everything is fine, like it never happened. KLBL Airport, right? KLBL Airport. Liberal. You telling me they named a town Liberal? Alright then. We hope everyone is, well, we hope you're sleeping soundly. That's what I use these videos for. I like to sleep to them. Let's go ahead and change the view and just show you what it looks like back there. Could you imagine how cozy and comfortable it would be? I mean, aside from the fact that I'm a terrible pilot, the hum of the engines, the coziness of the back seat.
Snoot Sierra Alpha Lima 9er Tree 9er contact Kansas City Center on 134.0.
Oh,
Good
it
day.
would be glorious. Let's adjust our heading. We do need to contact.
134.0 for Snoot Sierra Alpha Lima 9er Tree 9er.
Alright, we need to get on that. And then we contact.
Kansas City Center, Snoot Sierra Alpha Lima 9er Tree 9er, 9000.
Snoot
Sierra Alpha Lima 9er Tree 9er, Kansas City Center.
Alright, let's adjust altimeter 3060. He said continue, we will continue. Adjust altimeter 3060. We need to adjust our heading. It was a bad error that we made, but we're all fine. And look at that, no clouds ahead of us. Finally, smooth sailing. Now we can really focus on the clouds. Have a good time. We have achieved overall level flight at 9,200 feet and climbing, but slowly climbing. Pushing through the last little bit of cloud coverage here. Looking good. But if you look out, as we're heading west, you can see directly in front of us the Northern Star. That's just a joke. I'm just being silly. There are some very bright and prominent stars in front of us, though. I don't know a thing about astronomy, but I do believe these are actual constellations and a representation of them anyways. The flight is going overall solid. We should adjust our heading because it looks like we're on our VOR line. We really would rather stay to the south rather than the north, so. There we go. Heading 25. Don't lie, right? We just need to stick to it. We're climbing. I'm gonna give 1 point of negative trim. Just one, see what happens. You know what? I'm actually not, because we have negative trim. I'm gonna add a point of trim and see what happens. Look for signs of icing. I don't believe they exist. Things are pretty comfortable here, about 9,900 feet. We have leveled off. We could be going a bit faster, about 125 knots. We need to be more diligent about sticking to our heading, however. So let's do that. Be more diligent. Alright, let's go. Heading 25 due west by south. light-colored clouds out there. I'm not sure what's up with that. Possibly just strange rendering of clouds. We've actually, again, climbed above 10,000 feet, which there's no need for that. Now we're just being silly for no reason. So let's remove one single point of trim and see what it does for us. We'll be able to build up a bit of speed as we lose some altitude, fortunately. No clouds to our left or right. I guess there is a little bit of cloud coverage to our left, right? But in front of us, things are looking good. And zoom on in, take a look at, we should look at our oil temp. It's a little hot. It's fine. Oil pressure, it's actually slightly low, which is good. The heat, cycle heat, is fine. As it should be, because we have our cowl flaps open. All in all, the plane should still be doing pretty good. And props, because we've been really pushing her tonight. This is quite a rough flight. We have actually just about, it looks like, almost hit the halfway point. The halfway point. That's being hopeful. The halfway point is probably within the next 50 miles, but the halfway point from Wichita to Las Vegas. And how about that? If we can maintain our heading, we could actually make half decent time. We might be able to make it to Vegas right before the sun breaks. Thanks for flying the Deadeye Snoot Airlines flight 939. The witching hour flight. Snoot Soul Airlines would like to thank you for flying. You would think during the daytime, when everything's lit up, it'd be easier to see, but at nighttime you have all these lights telling you what's up. I've done a bit of daytime flying, and I actually can't see a single thing. But the nights, they call to me. Nice and cozy and comfy. Can we get leveled out? We're above 10,000 feet, and we've probably been up here for a couple years. The hypoxia is starting to hit. It's a deadly killer, isn't it? Let's immediately lose 1 point of trim and go below 10,000 feet. Because the cabin of this plane is not pressurized, I don't think it is. We don't want to go hypoxic. Lose 1 more point of trim. We need to start losing altitude. Come on now. Again, we're coming up to one of these roads where it's a highway and then it goes left. We're going to want to go to the left of that highway. Here we are. We're finally starting to lose some altitude. Fantastic. I'm not going to complain about that. To our left, looks like an airfield. Are we doing good? I don't think we're doing bad. I don't think we're doing bad, and that's what's important. Gonna take a look at our fuel. Oh, co-pilot. Indeed, we have ran out of fuel in the left tank. We only have 1 tank left. should be able to make it. I don't see any reason why not. We do need to be diligent about our pathing, though, so let's not be an NPC, right? To the left of the highway. What are we looking at out of our left window here? Interesting. Fantastic. We're above 10,000 feet. We're slowly descending though. And I honestly think we need to descend faster. So let's duck one more point of trim and see what it does. No reason to go hypoxic. I don't think we have external oxygen, so... I think we're going to lose enough altitude to attempt to sit at about 9,000 feet. KLBL, that's the town of Liberal, Kansas. I remember, we looked it up. How far is Liberal, Kansas to Las Vegas by air? $14 It's 1,000 miles. Are you serious? That is absolutely daunting. My goodness, can you believe that? But I believe it's what we have planned, right? What is KCAO Airport? Let's find that out. Clayton, yeah, that's New Mexico. Wow, we really might be 1,000 miles out, huh? Let's just assume we're 1,000 miles out. We're going about 160, right? Oh my goodness. There we go. This will give us room for the plane to adjust. Heading 25. Let's zoom in a little bit. Just one. There we go. A little more accurate representation of what we're dealing with. 9,500 feet and losing altitude. We need to add 1 point of trim and get things under control now. Spending too much time learning what airports are what, because I don't know the area. Rule 1 of being a pilot, don't take the flight if you don't know where you're flying. Study your flight plan. We're 1,000 miles out. We're going 150 miles. in theory, it's gonna take us a long ass time to get there. 2 hours, we're going 300 miles. 4 hours, we're going 600 miles. No way, there's no way this is gonna take us 6 hours. I'm terrible at math, but rather than doing math, we're just gonna go ahead and keep flying. KLBL, liberal. Getting good and comfortable here. Overall, we have level flight. Starting to gain altitude, which is fine. Approaching 10,000 feet, we have once again almost leveled out at 9,900. Let's lose 1 point of trip. The drift westward is strong, but we have heading 25, maintaining 250, heading west by south. Overall, we have level flight at 9,800 feet. Engine is under control, 25,000 RPMs. 20 pounds per square inch of manifold pressure. We are basically on the VOR lines. Check for side spicing. It would appear not. We at Snoot Airlines hope you are comfortable and enjoying the flight. Thank you for watching. If you will, look out your right window. We are finally approaching the town of Liberal, Kansas. Our heading is shifting west, but more worrisome than that, we need to get our altitude under control. We are at 9,700 feet and slowly losing altitude. Let's give ourselves one point of trim to compensate. Just one. And adjust our heading. So we are again on heading 250 west by southwest. If you look out the right window, you can see the Sissy Liberal Airport out there to our starboard side. We won't be landing there. I'm just joshing you. I'm just being silly. Hopefully I don't lose all my viewers. That doesn't represent my political views. I'm just being a jokester. We are sitting at 9,500 feet, but currently gaining. We're attempting to stay above 9,500, but below 10,000. We're doing a decent job. Heading is westward. The pole west is very strong. We're going to compensate. Turning to heading 2425, 25 west by southwest. I'm not sure if you can see it with the poor fidelity of the stream, but there's a town upcoming, and I do believe that we want to skirt to the left of it. Time to lose 1 point of trim, it would seem. You know what? Let's give it back. That 1 point of trim could be good. Time to really buckle down and get efficient with the fuel. Let's tilt our nose up just a little, and maybe we could even lean the mix a little more to like 60%. But we need fuel, man. Give ourselves 4 points of trim to compensate for the loss of mixture. We're actually going to remove just one of those points of trim, and we're going to adjust heading. Running into the dreaded yoke drift, but it's okay. We have trim. We're starting to climb. How much are we climbing? Enough to remove 1 point of trim. We're climbing. Stay below 10,000, please. The glorious state of Kansas stretches endlessly beneath us. It's called flyover country because I'm flying over it right now. Beautiful country. We are fly to the left of this city. Far in the distance. Looks like there's actually another city. I might be imagining, but I do believe there is another city out there. That's going to be what we're attempting to aim at. We've climbed above 10,000 feet. We can fix it by removing 1 point of trim. and adjusting our heading. No need to panic. Everything's fine. How does the weather look? Looks fantastic. There's still flight following us. Dropping below 10,000 feet of altitude. That'll do it. Comfortably maintaining below 10,000, but above 9,500. Let's stay on odd numbers, 9,900, 9,700, possible. Westward heading. Yoke issues, we're actually going to apply some yoke to fight that. Level it out there, Mr. Yoke. Behind us, in the back quarter panel, you can see the town of Liberal. To our left and right. Well, you can't really see much out the left. Looks like one or two towns off in the distance. I'm suspecting that as we cross New Mexico, we're going to start seeing less and less civilization. Just because New Mexico is slightly less densely populated. This upcoming town, I do believe we're going to skirt to the left of it. Let's make that happen. Remove 1 point of trim because we're gaining altitude. We can afford to lose a little bit of altitude, although we are losing a little bit fast. It's okay. All that means is we'll gain speed and make it to Vegas quicker. Alright. Remove 1 point of trim. See if we can level out, can we? I would love to. As we fly by, it actually might be common courtesy to announce a flyover. Who are we gonna get on the horn with? Guy? Hey, Guy. We're about to cross over Guymon Municipal. I've always been a really big Digimon fan. I never would have thought I'd have met the Guymon. Oh, we're not going to be landing here. No, sir. since we have a flight following, I suppose we don't need to announce a flyover or anything. We'll just build a little bit of altitude, fly up to about 9,900 feet instead of 9,000, and cross a bit port side. Yeah, we do want to cross to the left of Point Gaimon. There's a highway, and it's looking like it is far too sharply intersecting. I do not think that's what we're going to follow. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to add 1 point of positive trim. What a pain in the neck this is turning out to be. It's looking like off in the distance we can start to see the mountains rising up. And I'm hoping as we approach the mountains that we don't run into some clouds mysteriously and magically. This is a VFR flight. And though we have ran into some clouds, we need our eyes. So, yeah. I haven't studied the flight plan. I actually don't have much experience at all in the mountains. I did one trip to Colorado, and unfortunately, it ended not so well. Make sure to check out that episode, Msfs Pikes Peak Crash, on the Snoot City channel. Not to spoil anything, but alright. I wonder what's that along there, along the highway up ahead. You can certainly see something. It may just be a small town, it may be a stadium, a sports center. We do need to adjust. In fact, we might just follow this highway for a while, depending on where it leads. I'm hopeful that we do. I love having a VFR target. There ain't no way. Are we really gonna follow the highway? Well, buddy, we're in business now, let me tell ya. Okay, if we follow this highway, it's gonna take us to KDHT, I betcha. So we are gonna follow the highway for the most part, but it's gonna be to our left. That's just the facts, Jack. Hope everyone is comfortable. If you're sleeping and listening to this, we hope you are having a wonderful and fantastic sleep. I don't mean to use so many S syllables. I know it hits the ear a bit rough. And if you're awake, hey, I hope you're having a great time. Thanks for watching. I really appreciate you. Snoot City, Snoot Airlines, flight 939. We're flying from Wichita to Las Vegas. We are on the final 3/4 leg of the journey. But that doesn't mean we're nearing the end of it. We need to stay on our P's and Q's because we do probably have about an hour left, give or take. The time is 6 a.m. We're expecting about a 7 a.m. ETM for Las Vegas, perhaps a little bit later. I believe we took off around 4:15 was the time. A 4:15 flight. So yeah, 4:15 to about 7 a.m. If we can land before 7:15 and keep it to a nice easy 3 hours, along with our Wichita layover, you know that's going to cost us a little bit of time. I'll consider that a win. Overall, we could have been much more efficient with our heading, let's be honest. And we are having some issues with the yoke, which I will handle next time in the layover. It's not really a layover. We're most likely going to call the episode at Vegas. There's a chance I do another stream. But the next leg will be from Vegas to Phoenix. Las Vegas to Phoenix, Arizona. Off in the distance, that looks like our target right there, a VFR target in the form of a glowing city. At 10,000 feet is where we sit. Remove 1 point of trim. To make good time, we're gonna push the engine a little. I know we probably shouldn't, but remove 1 more point of trim. And give ourselves a little bit of throttle. We're gonna push it on up into the white region of the RPMs. We're gonna give ourselves a little bit of RPMs there. Fantastic. We should be crossing from Kansas into New Mexico shortly. We do need to desperately address our heading. Westward. Continue to heading 25. Are we going to be flying downwind of this highway? Yes, sir, I believe we are. Fantastic. That keeps everything nice and simple. A strong engine, no hands on the yoke, except for the occasional push left. Remove one point of trim, and give it a little snip. So there's nothing in sight, which is a bit disheartening. There is something being obscured, obfuscated by our compass, but that doesn't interest us. Our heading lies southbound, heading 25. We really need to just stay downwind of the highway, because that's how we're gonna get there. Zoom it on in. Here's the bigger picture. That was our trip, starting in America. Really is. What a trip, right? Zoom it on in, zoom it on in, zoom it on in. There we go. Head back downwind of the highway. There's actually, speaking of downwind, we're downwind of a runway to our left. We're not going to land or anything, but yeah, we really are just going to stick by the highway. Let's do it, man. Let's stick by it. Stick by me. Look back up at the stars. Disassociate a little bit. Everyone loves when the pilot disassociates. It's like when you're driving long strings of miles and your brain just blinks out and before you know it you're there. Do that with a plane. Things are going great. They're going grand. Airport to our left. Landing strip. It looks like it may even be a helipad. Just a couple of blue lights there. A comfortable heading is achieved. Overall, we're leveled out 9,300 feet. Do we have a flight following? Tune to Albuquerque Center. Request a flight following.
Albuquerque Center. Smooth Sierra Alpha Lima 9er Tree 9er is type Cessna skywagon. 3 miles west of Kilo 49er, 9300. Request flight following.
Add point of trim because our yoke's starting a little crazy.
9er Tree 9er, Albuquerque Center. Squawk 7644.
7644 Snoot Sierra Alpha Lima 9er Tree 9er.
Squawk 7644. Snoot Sierra Alpha Lima 9er Tree 9er.
So let's squawk 7644.
Snoot Sierra Alpha Lima 9er Tree 9er. Radar contact 4 miles west of Kilo 49er, 9300. Altimeter tree 054.
Tree 054. Alright. Let's confirm that because she's going to want a Roger. Roger, Snoot Sierra Alpha Lima 9er Tree 9er.
Roger. Snoot Sierra Alpha Lima 9er Tree 9er.
Remove one point of trim. Just one? I really don't think we need to remove, do we? We're starting to gain a little bit much, aren't we? It's a yoke problem. I think we're just gonna stay downwind of the highway. I wonder how long we're gonna ride it. All night long? I don't know if we can do that. My suspicion is that will take us to Kilo Delta Hotel Tango, KDHT. KDHT Airport. Dalhart. It's in Texas. No, sir, that's not in Texas. KDHT. It's in Texas. That's crazy. I used to live in Texas when I was a young boy, a young warthog, if you will. From the age of 5 to about 10, a little after the age of 10. I lived in Tyler, Texas. Eventually in the future, I look forward to visiting there. Perhaps I'll show you my old neighborhood. It's fascinating. Bit of clouds behind us. Puppy galaxies. But we can only space off so much, metaphorically speaking, right? Time to focus and buckle down. The flight is going well. Overall, fantastic. I do believe that we will see the sun's light in the day's break before we land in Vegas. Oh goodness. Hi. Okay. I think she's shy. Heading 2-4 to give us a little bit of room to adjust. Heading 2-5. We are at 9,300 feet and climbing. We don't want to climb above 10 feet per second, or we need to lose some trim. We're climbing too fast. Remove 1 point of trim by applying 1 point of negative trim. EFB says we are approaching the Texas side of things. Zoom on out. Here's Texas. Here's New Mexico. And there's Nevada. Fantastic. In the distance, something a bit worrisome. Some very thick clouds. We also need to pull back with the yoke. We really don't want to stress the airframe. We're seeing some serious clouds building up in the distance. And in fact, we're about to do a bit of cloud punching ourselves. So, everybody buckle up just in case of turbulence. Nice and comfortable. 9,200 feet and losing altitude. Let's gain altitude. Less 1 point of trim. We hope everybody is comfortable and enjoying the flight. Snoot Airlines thanks you for taking the time to join us. We're starting to lose altitude. We need to pull back on the yoke. And actually, we're going to push forward on the yoke as we balloon back up. And we're nice and level again. Everything's fine. Sitting at 9,000 feet of altitude on a westward heading. We need to adjust. Heading 250 minus 1 point of trim. Alright, time to be wary of IMC. We're entering overcast conditions. We actually do need to add that 1 point of trim back. We'd like to stay above these clouds, if at all possible. I do think it is going to be both feasible, but possible as well as feasible. Yeah, quite a bit of beautiful cloud coverage behind us. As well as, I'm not sure what it is out of our right. Must be some lights. Level out once more. Heading due west. Where's the highway? We need to go a little closer to the highway. Heading 25. Fantastic. We can still see some cloud cover in the distance, which we must be wary of. Always be wary of cloud cover. We've drifted a lot further south than we originally planned to. Which isn't too much of a problem. However, we do need to be aware of the elevation as we enter into New Mexico and Arizona. We do need to be wary of the increased elevation. Pull back on the yoke. Overall comfortable heading. We actually do need to go port side. A little bit of rudder. Fantastic. Remove the rudder. Heading 250 west by southwest. Level off. We're going to climb just to battle this cloud cover. We're going to ascend above 10,000 shortly for a period of less than 30 minutes. The time is 6:20. We need to descend before 6:50. We'll try to do it by 6:30. So, hopefully you're watching this video while you're sleeping, comfortable in the back seat, covered up by soft and warm blankets, with a nice warm drink in your belly. It sounds fantastic. We're about to deprive our brains of oxygen, so just a little bit. We'll all be strong together. Between all of us, that's a lot of oxygen in our brains, you see. So we will begin climbing, even though we are overall leveled out at about 9,400 feet. Heading west, we do need to change our disposition to heading 25, not west, heading 25. Can we see the highway? No, sir, absolutely cannot. Just trust the compass. Heading 250, west by southwest. 9,400. And climbing, slowly. It's looking like we will not have to climb above 10,000, so everything's good. Not to worry. There we go, a full turn. No more compensating. And then as it pushes back, we will actually push forward on the yoke ever so slightly. If it goes above 10 feet of altitude increase per second. Looks like it's not going to. Look to the left. Look to the right. Already we can see the terrain is getting closer below us. And that's not because we're going down in altitude. That's because ground level is getting higher relative. So AGL is dropping above ground level. As we pass by Texas, New Mexico, Texaco, Texarkanico, we are just to the north of Texas. As we do that, we will notice society becomes more thin, spread thinner because of the land distribution entering into New Mexico. Hopefully the clouds dissipate so that we have a good view below us. We do not want to run into any high-rising mesas or plateaus. fantastic. There is some cloud cover below us. It's looking like we can avoid most of it. Give us 1 point of positive trim. Let's see if we can deal with this. We do need to adjust with a full turn. We keep getting blown off course by this terrible, dreadful wind. There is no wind. It's my attention span. Fantastic. We're gonna stick with it. Heading 24 west. We'll drift to the right. Just to be sure. What are we looking at between here and there, huh? I hope it's not just a huge stretch of nothing. Even if it is, it's what? 6, 12, 24, 48, 100 miles away. 100 miles? Well, if we can maintain this heading, it won't matter. Especially if we could even lean a little more. Can we? Can we get greedy? Under 50% lean? We're leveled out at 9,900 feet. Below us is increasingly thick cloud cover. We're actually breaking VFR rules by not maintaining visual with the ground. I'm not sure if we're able to call up and switch over to IFR. Let's see if we can, I suppose, huh? Performance. Route. VFR. Yeah, VFR pattern. That's good for, that's our departure. Arrival procedure. Route. Enter route, says the aircraft. Heading 24. Are we good? We're good. Approach procedure. VFR pattern. RNAV. We don't want to use the RNAV. Heading 24. Altitude. Flight details. There we go. IFR. We can switch it to IFR. I wonder if it's going to change anything. It's awful dark up here. Alright, as we balloon up, we need to push on the yoke so that we don't ascend too quickly. Maintain heading 25. Bring it up, switch back. What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? XPDR. what's happening there. Drift to the left. Just to the left of west. Just port side. Just to the left. Alright. Switch back to VFR. I don't know if they're going to give us a heading. I wish they would. Let's focus. And we do gotta focus because we are running short on fuel. We're gonna be pushing it. Heading 2425 west by southwest. Can we lean even further? We're really pushing it. .47. I dare go no lower. I dare go no lower. Add 1 point of trim. See if we can compensate. Heading is fantastic. Close the flight details. Zoom it on in. We're actually gonna avoid these airspaces. There we go, that's our heading right there. Fantastic, perfect. As we balloon back up, again, you push forward on the yoke ever so slightly to just stop the recovery. Just keep yourself level. Push forward ever so slightly. And then pull back on the yoke since I'm having crazy drift here. We just need to stay above these clouds. That's what's important right now. On the final tail end of the flight, we need to keep our heading and make this fuel last. That's the challenge. Indeed. Thanks for joining and watching tonight, everybody. We hope you're comfortable, having a fantastic morning. The time is currently in local time. I believe it's actually 5:33 for them. I think that they are in mountain time where Snoot is currently. My time is 6:33. I'm in United States Central Standard. 6:33 a.m. And that is what our clock shows. Below us, the cloud coverage is finally thinning out. We're gonna maintain on this heading. Drift slightly port side to the left. And travel until we see the city of Sin. Next step will be Vegas. Look at that, we already have a pattern of approach set up. We will approach, crossover, do a loop to go downwind, head into final on runway 32 Vegas. Alright. We already are set up for runway 32. Alright, let's not drift too far, right? We're doing good. Oh my goodness, there's some real mountains out in front of us. Those are nerve-wracking, are they not? I don't know if those are mountains or clouds. Well, we're about to find out. Okay. Okay, okay. We can see a light off in the distance. I don't think that's our destination, however. We can see a light off in this. We can see a light off in this side. I think that's a bit closer to where we're headed. Focusing back on things. We're sitting just shy of 10,000 feet. Pull back in the yoke. That dreaded yoke drift is really getting us. As we bloom up, you push forward on the yoke to compensate. It happens. It's happened a couple times. It happens over and over. Yoke forward, balloon up, compensate. And that's no yoke. Oh yeah. Let's do a direct 2. How far are we out from Vegas? KLVS. 100 nautical miles, which is quite a bit. We're flying faster than 100 an hour, however, so let's really push it. Let's give it a little bit more gas. Yeah, we got this baby going full throttle. We're actually going to pull back just a little below full throttle. Trim down 1 point as we raise the propeller. Propeller drops 2 ticks. Alright, we're only 100 miles out. It's basically the distance of Washington to Iowa City twice. It does seem demoralizing, doesn't it? 100 miles out, but believe me, it's not that bad. I'm talking mostly to myself here. 100 more miles. But no matter. We're gonna go ahead and turn off the heat, see what it does. Turn the anti-ice off there. Alternate air, okay. Everything's fine there. And we need to be very diligent about our heading. With only 100 miles to go, this is how much fuel we're working with. We're on the last legs. It's gonna be close. It's gonna be close. Slightly nerve-wracking, but you know what? We need to be diligent. And we will. can we lean to 40%? My goodness. We don't want to lean so much that we cut the engine. That's a real fear. But we are going to lean and attempt to save some of this fuel as we mosey on the last 100 miles to Las Vegas, Kansas City to Vegas, in our little Cessna skywagon. This has actually been Kansas City to Wichita to Vegas, which we will eventually be finishing up with the final line, Vegas to Arizona, of course. Above 10,000, we need to drop 1 point of trip. We can adjust our heading to 25 instead of due west. It actually looks like we will be headed directly due west for a while. How pleasant is that? Due west, direct west. Adam West. Finally, we can get on a real heading instead of some made-up heading like 250. I'm excited. Alright. What's going on? We are due west at 10,000 feet. We have level flight. We need to descend to 9,900. Remove 1 point of trim.
Snoot Sierra Alpha Lima 9er Tree 9er, contact Albuquerque Center on 126.85. Good day.
Contact 12.85. Snoot Sierra Alpha Lima 9er Tree 9er.
126.85 for Snoot Sierra Alpha Lima 9er Tree 9er.
So let's tune on over, and then we'll contact.
Albuquerque Center, Snoot Sierra Alpha Lima 9er Tree 9er, 9800.
Snoot Sierra Alpha Lima 9er Tree 9er, Albuquerque Center, altimeter tree 047, radar contact, continue.
Alright, continue doesn't need a response. We can see in the very, very far distance a blinking beacon of hope right here. I'm not sure what that beacon is, but I hope it's our destination. I really do. That would be so nice. Man, that would be cool. Maintain heading west. Heading. He said continue, so good as my speed gets. Heading due west. The stars look nice tonight. Or this morning, anyways. Or rather, a cadaver. Yes. Reset our view. The morning sun is going to be oppressing us before long. Hopefully, we're able to make our landing before the daylight comes in and makes everything just impossible to see. Getting comfortable on this western heading. There we go, there we go. What if we turn... Oh goodness, that doesn't help anything, does it? Sure is pretty though, huh? Gets change back to western heading. We are finally on our last legs of the journey. Again, at least for this specific one, which is Kansas City to Las Vegas. We had a layover at Wichita, Kansas, which we departed from at 4:15 a.m. The time is now going on 6:48 currently. If we can arrive in Las Vegas by 7:20 again, I'll be a happy man, as I'm sure you will be happy customers. Thanks for flying Snoot Airlines. We hope you appreciate the services, and we appreciate you as viewers. Thank you so much for your time. Snoot City Airlines is made possible by viewers like you. Thank you. Heading straight, direct, due west. No need to get crazy, lean below 40. But we're getting a little crazy and leaning to 40. We are currently falling from 9,700 slowly. So let's add 1 point of trim. We want to sit closer to 10,000 since we're so leaned out. We really do not want to fall out of the sky. That out there. Very pretty. Change back to due west. We don't have room for all this affordance. Due west. Fantastic. In the distance, we can see it. The light of the city of Sin. Right in front of us. As we're ballooning, you push forward on the yoke, and you compensate. Here we go. Sitting at leveled off 9,000 feet, 9,900 feet, closer to 10,000. Getting comfortable on descent. At least we're slowly approaching descent. We've climbed above 10,000 feet, so we need to drop that one single point of trim and see if it helps. Behind us, we can start to see the first ekings out of sunrise. Look at that. There it is. How beautiful. Snoot Airlines is forever lost in the darkness, however sad. Mate, we like Australia, mate. Like the glorious cassowary, mate. I like the rule. Can't go backwards, mate. Only forwards, cunt. Look to the left. Look to the right. Yeah, we're on track. Heading due west. There's a beacon blinking in front of us. I'm not sure if you can see up on your end. There it is. The blinking beacon. I do believe that's our destination, that blinking beacon in the distance. And good gosh, I am praying it is, because look at that. Our tanks are running extremely low. It definitely is our destination. Blinking beacons in the distance. This has been a nerve-wracking trip in multiple ways. VFR into IMC, turbulence and yoke issues, long haul, couple hours battling the fatigue, and close quarters with a beautiful woman. Oh, she's so shy. I'm just joking. I'm just joshing. I'm just kidding. You guys know me. Alright, so we're overcompensating for something. Push forward on the yoke just a little. It's fine. We have almost no fuel, so let's keep it tight. Keep it right. On the way to Vegas Airport, which we can see blinking in the distance. Everything's gone. Pull back in the yoke. At 8,700 feet, we're about to balloon back up and overcompensate, so get ready to push forward ever so slightly. There we go, we're leveled. Add 1 point of positive trim. So we need to get some. We definitely do. We all do, right? To our left is an airport. I wonder what that is. E89. And directly in front of us, NM32. Can we see it? I can't. Must be a helipad. A helipad, mate. Because I can't see it. But to our left, if it does come down to an emergency landing, that might be our best bet. Of course, as you fly, you always want to be assessing, just in case, where is your best bet for an emergency landing. Nothing personal. Even if you don't think you're going to have one, you should always plan to have one, because emergency landings are never planned. We need to adjust our heading. We need to go due west. There it is, the blinking beacon of Las Vegas in the distance. And to our left is our emergency landing. Here we go. 9,900 feet. A good spot to level out. We can see the beacon in the distance. We will continue our cruise as we approach the greater Las Vegas metropolitan area. Behind us, the ever-oppressive rays of the sun are racing us. Daylight is falling. (10,100 feet, slowly, slightly gaining. It says we're actually leveled out. Fantastic. We're going to remain on this heading. Take a peek. Yeah, fantastic. Everything's good. Line on up with the beacon, because that beacon is going to signify where we're going to cross over. We're going to hit the beacon. Cross to the left. Hit the beacon. Cross to the left. Hook to the right. Then hit downwind. Base and final. Gotcha. Gotcha. Come in. Fly over. Do a little loop-de-loop, and then you get in the pattern. Stay nice and level. I know we're going to lose a little bit of altitude here. We're just going to obsess over the fuel for a second. Scary. Look at that. How scary is that? Running out of fuel. Vegas is coming up. We're gonna go ahead and just continue to gain altitude. We really need to make it to Vegas, man. That's just the fact of the matter. It's what happens when you're not diligent with your heading. You lose all of your fuel. Can we lean any further? It's going to be pushing it. We don't want to cut the engine. That would be a terrifying experience. One positive point of trim, please. Waiter, more toddlers, please. What is that? Give ourselves some mixture. Full mixture. Throttle. Full mixture. Throttle. That's the gas going out on us. Squawk 777. Let's go. Set for the best glide path. Call them up. Nearest airport list. Let's go. Oh, no way we're gonna make it. Where are we? Let's go. Close. Comms. Back up. NM32, NM53. NM32, NM53. Let's go forward. Fuck it. Full throttle. Full mix. Full propeller. Turn off. Pitot heat. Anti-ice. There we go. There's the engine cut. Let's go. Tilt to keep a good glide angle. Pop up the EFB. What are we looking at? Can't we make it to NM53? Call them up. Can't we reset? Anything. Nothing. Bring up the squawk. NM33. 53, San Miguel Ranch. Select runway. What heading do we have? 220. Full stop. Can they get us?
November Mike 5 tree traffic. Snoot Sierra Alpha Lima 9er Tree 9er. 16 miles northeast. 7,000. Inbound to land. Runway 20. November Mike 5 tree.
16 miles, my brethren. It's just not feasible. Let's assess the situation down there. There's something to our left. We're not gonna make it. We gotta keep gliding, man. We gotta keep gliding. Anything. We pushed it too hard. We were so foolish. Our own hubris. Turn on the lights. It's gonna be rough. We need to find somewhere safe to put this puppy down. Well, first off, get the ELT on. Alright, let's go. Buckle up, snooters. Here we go. Staying high in the glide path. Are we gonna make it? Not feasible. Looking good, looking good. Looking fine. Everything's fine. Everything's okay. Apply a degree of flaps. Second degree of flaps. Third degree of flaps. And here we go. Nose up, nose up. There we go. Hit the brakes. Drag the tail. Drag the tail nice and easy. Fantastic. We can turn off that dreadful beeping finally. And what a way to end the episode. Just outside of Las Vegas. How far out are we? Let's do a direct too. We're gonna go ahead and wait for the cops to give us a call. How far out are we? Direct to 3840 miles south of Vegas. Next time we'll be launching most likely out of NM53. It's what happens. That's the difference right there. 40 nautical miles of playtime and fucking around. Because I couldn't maintain heading 25. I'm just playing. We at Snoot Airlines are yet again sorry we didn't quite make the airport. But hey, we're excited to make the flight. And we're going to both mosey on over to Arizona together. So, once again, Snoot Airlines would like to personally thank you. And, yeah, we hope you fly again. Thank you so much for watching. We hope you have a blanket back there. We hope you're staying warm. This has been a Snoot City Airlines. We'll turn on the light for you. There you go. This has been a Snoot City Airlines production. We'll see you again soon when we resume Vegas to Arizona.